Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, and welcome one and all to tonight's special stream here on Pacific414 and only on the YouTube channel because I want to thank each and every one of you for your support of the YouTube channel over the last few years. Because of all of you, this channel is fully monetized. Whether you were
Woo!
here in the beginning for the box score, which will make its return tonight for a one night engagement as soon as the Cubs and Brewers game is over up in Milwaukee, or you were here for Friday Night Frontiers with myself and TKO, or you've been here for Pop Talk or any of the game streams or any other special streams that have gone on here. And some of those special streams have been the collector streams. I wanted to thank all of you for all your help, your loyalty, your friendship, and the fact that you're all here right now truly does mean a lot to me. And I just want to give you all a heads up that when we get to the segment of the box score, I do have something dedicated to the memory of the late, great Ryan Sandberg, who unfortunately passed away last night after a battle with colon cancer. He was
Yep.
65 years old. He is a Hall of Famer, inducted into the Hall of Fame back in 2005, and he played 15 seasons in the major leagues. First season he played was with the Philadelphia Phillies, where, as a member of the Philadelphia Phillies, he got his first hit against the Chicago Cubs at Wrigley Field. Then, after that 81 season where he made his rookie debut, he was traded to the Chicago Cubs along with former shortstop Larry Bowa, and he was also a former Phillies manager, where those two would be part of the 84 Cubs team that brought the Cubs back to the playoffs for the first time in 39 years. Rhino was a very special man, a very genuine man, very humble man, and I'll be honest, he was my hero. I looked up to him. I watched the way he played the game of baseball, his approach, and he will be sorely missed. And some people say you should never meet your heroes. But in this case, I'm glad to have met mine because he was more than gracious, more than humble the two times I got to meet him. So, again, tonight, part of the stream, we'll go back to the very beginning with the box score. But before I put the invite link out there for everyone and anyone who wants to join, sit back, relax, and have fun. Please keep in mind that I am asking everybody to save any and all self promotion, whether it be for a project that you're working on for your channel or someone else's channel, until the appropriate time, and that appropriate time being whether you're getting ready to leave or when we're getting ready to wrap up the show, which we will wrap it up as soon as the game between the Cubs and the Brewers is finalized. And of course, after the box score segment. But I do want to take the time to thank everybody who is here right now. We've got Tim, also known as FKHC 2005.
There are some who call me Tim.
We have the wonderful, lovely Lady Mist.
Hey, Lady Mist.
Good to see Lady Mist. We also have the Padawannabe. Good to see you, Padawannabe. Hope you're doing well today. And that's it for right now, but I'm sure there will be some others who will roll on in. So at this time, I'm going to go ahead and grab the invite link, and I will post it into the chat and pin it to the top of the chat for anyone who wishes to come in and talk with us, have fun. But again, remember, please save any and all self-promotion until the appropriate time. And if you got an attitude, leave it at the door. So
I came with an attitude.
there is the invite link as I watch the game, and the Brewers currently have runners at second and third with only one out in the bottom of the second.
Boo!
And I will be doing that periodically throughout tonight's stream too to give everybody an update. And of course, if you're on the panel or if you would like to watch the game, I can include the Cosme link so you can all watch along with us if you would like to.
Where's Cash? He needs to watch it. He needs to be tortured. You're not my doctor.
He said he might be late.
He's always late. We're gonna call him the late Cash Money. See, I came with an attitude. Okay, I came with an attitude. Yeah, I'm gonna denigrate. I'm gonna,
That's fine. Come in with a funny, joking attitude. That's fine.
Mm-hmm. We should call we should call him the late Cash Money because he's just late.
He's late. He's late for a very important date.
Yeah, but, I mean, came back from the Whole Food. There was just this big line of cars. I was worried my tofu would go bad because it's hot out here.
But, when it came to live streaming, I started live streaming back in 2019 over on Twitch. And, of course, started out on YouTube as well with the original Pacific414 channel. And then a few changes and rules, one of them being COPA, making sure that your videos don't appeal to, inappropriate audiences. So I took down the original channel, but then I thought, no, I love doing this too much. So I reactivated the channel back in 2020, and I've been going ever since.
I remember hearing the screams when that happened. No.
No. Thank you, Baron. Thank you. Yeah, and you know what? But when I started this channel, yes, I did recap each and every Chicago Cubs game I could. Any game I was able to watch, even if it was part of the game, I still recapped it. If it was all of the game, I recapped it. And I tried to give what channels like Fox and ESPN and other stations want to give, the whole details of the game. To let everybody know this is actually what happened. Don't listen to what they said. Giving you the shorthand version. This is what led up to the sequence of events.
Then he did the thing that just drove his neighbors crazy. Seventh inning, he'd open his window up and start singing out the window, going, "Take me out to the ball game." The Cubs must be playing again.
No, but you remind me, Baron, that there was an episode of the Box Score Mound Visit where it was Cash, myself, and Whoopa Troopa. And at one point during that broadcast, the three of us saying, "Take me out the ball game." Okay, it was more me than them. They were kind of, "Take me out to." It's like, come on, guys, put some spirit around it.
Take me out to the ball game.
Yeah,
Out to the crowd.
And Cash's sarcastic tone. Yeah. But we did that. Had a lot of fun doing that stream with them. Whoopa Troopa and I, 1 year decided we were going to talk about guys who are eligible to go into the Baseball Hall of Fame and what their chances were and why they should be in the Hall of Fame. And then, other players who were unfortunately part of the steroid list, why they probably will never see foot into the Baseball Hall of Fame.
Mm-hmm.
And of course, we had Friday Night Frontiers with myself and TKO, and it was kind of a predate to Pop Talk. We would talk about a couple of things related to pop culture while we would play either State of Decay 2 or The Enlisted or Star Trek Online, and I'll talk about a few things on there. And then, of course, we've had some collector streams, and we've had a lot of great guests on those collector streams. We've had Punk Waddle on, we've had Mexican Iron Man on, Stone Loki's been on, Pat Stevens been on, and Smoking Patriots been on. Janet from Another Planet's been on one of them, and everybody just having a good time discussing the hobby of collecting and also showing off what's in their collection, whether they wanted to show it off on camera or they took pictures that they wanted to show as a slideshow during the show. That's how we did it. Because to me, I didn't care if you went on camera or not, and I still don't. If you had something that you wanted to share, then share it, because we're all collectors of different things. So we did that. And when it came to Pop Talk, I was thinking to myself, I want to get my voice out there. Yeah, I know I'm not as articulate as some of these other people on YouTube. I get that. That's one of my major flaws. But I still wanted to get my voice out there and, give my opinion about what's happening in pop culture and entertainment. And, voice it if I have to, which I've done that since the beginning of the channel, to be honest with everybody. I have done that since the beginning, even when it came to recapping the Cubs. Ooh, there were some games I was not happy about the end result, especially when the Cubs had a lead and they unfortunately blew that lead. But I am who I am. I'm not going to change. I'm not going to give people BS. I'm going to be real and be honest with them. And, someone who's been with the channel since the beginning, well, let me go ahead and play this video first. But this gentleman who just donated has been with the channel since the beginning. He remembers those days of the box score.
I'd buy that for $1.
He is showing he's got more
Yes.
cash. That's the way.
Yes, and Godzilla, thank you. The Rich Kaiju, you've been there since the beginning, brother. And he has donated a $5 super chat and says, long overdue. Congrats. Thank you, Godzillionaire. I'm so happy
Not
to
only
have so many people who have been here since the beginning. They know about the box score. Some of you are only hearing about it since I removed all but a few of those videos. But
not
he
only does he
knows about those
destroy
days.
no, and not only does he destroy Tokyo, he rebuilds it back up afterwards. That's the type of guy Godzillionaire is, and the money he has.
Very true. Well, he is the Rich Kaiju after all.
He is. He is.
But it's because of people like Godzillionaire, Lady Mist, Tommy and the Guinea Pig Collective, Arwin Avalon, 24, the Nerdporeal Life Form, Woopa Troopa, as I previously mentioned, Pop Culture Mechanic, and so many others that have been around the channel since the beginning or found the channel at some point in time, not knowing that it was going to, first talk about baseball and then, move on to playing video games, talking about pop culture, but seeing the growth and the changes that have happened. And the journey's not over as far as I'm concerned. The journey will never be over because I'm never satisfied with my end result. There are streams, especially if you look back at the previous streams that are on this channel. There are streams I wish I could have done better. I could have done this, I could have done that. But I know there are people that will say, don't focus on that, focus on the here and now. But I can't help it. and this is getting back to baseball, folks. It's like you're a pitcher, and your starts the next day. So you got to do the scouting report. You got to watch video of how the different players on the team that you're facing approach different pitchers. Some pitchers are right-handed, some are left-handed, some throw in the upper 90s, some in the upper 80s. But I try to look back and think, don't do that again, or say, let's do a little bit more of that, and let's see what we can do with it. That's pretty much how I approach it. But again, I can't thank you all enough for getting this channel not only to the subscriber count that it needed to get, but also to the watch hour count that it needed to have to be fully monetized. And why do I say fully monetized? Because it was 2 years ago, just about, where YouTube decided, okay, we will give you partial monetization when they changed the requirements from 1,000 subscribers to 500 subscribers. I got the 500 subscribers with the partial monetization, but I didn't have enough for the full monetization by having the 1,000 subscribers and also the watch hours required. Well, earlier this month, we did it. We did it. Not just me, but we. And again, I can't thank you enough. And I thought the best way to reward all of you is to have an open panel. Something I used to have all the time on Pop Talk. You've heard me talk about it from time to time as to why I stopped doing them. But I thought the best way to reward everybody and thank everybody is to have an open panel so we can all come on here, sit back, relax, and have a great conversation. And if you want, watch the Cubs play the Brewers, because I will be doing that. Boo Brewers, but I know that when I recap the game, I have to do it exactly how I did. I have to be looking at the game and seeing what's going on, so I can comment on it. And I do want to acknowledge Lester San Jose, who was formerly the Skeptic Tank. Now he's Lester's Skeptical Exceptions. He says, celebrate good times. Come on. Exactly, brother.
So he's obsessed now. Okay. Nothing wrong with
Yeah.
that.
And Padawannabe says kaiju reparations.
Yeah.
No, the rich kaiju is the rich kaiju. He goes there strutting his stuff, and he has a good time doing it. And Lady Mist says hello to Lester. Lester says hello to Lady Mist. And Tim says, I'm glad the Cubs won World Series in my lifetime, as there's a base hit up the middle. So the Brewers now currently have 2 on with 1 out. Score tied at 1 in the bottom of the 3rd. I'll be doing that periodically throughout tonight's broadcast.
And nobody could get that ball. They tried, but they couldn't get that ball. Time to get back into practice here. Diving for the ball.
Nico tried. Nico tried, man.
I know he
to
did.
do it like Rhino.
Yeah. All dirty now.
And Lester, good evening to you, brother.
Hey, good evening to you guys.
Hey, Lester.
Hey, Baron.
So how you been, Lester?
Still working. Still got my job until I hear otherwise. That's how I'm treating it. And then balancing, still working, and then looking at opportunities. You know how that goes. Toe or straddle those 2 lines while remaining productive. So, can't complain right now.
Good. And I do want to acknowledge Deleted Scenes, who has just donated another $5 super chat. We got our first one from Godzilla. Now we have this one from Deleted Scenes who says, "Congratulations, can't stay, but I wanted to say hello." Well, I appreciate that, Deleted Scenes. Great to see you, brother. I hope you have a great evening. And again, thank you for the super chat, my friend. Thank you very much.
Yes.
All right, put the money in the bag. I'll buy that for $1.
I still love that one.
I love it too. And you made it.
Yep.
And we have Spock's Friday Night says, "Looky who we have here. Hey, Spocko." And Padawan B says, "Apologies, I was trying to send a super chat, but it keeps telling me I'm not connected to the internet, even though I'm watching. I pay the monthly friendship fee, though." You don't have to, Padawan, to be. I mean, the fact that you're here means a lot, brother. But go on, Lester.
Yeah, just navigating work waters and reminding myself, especially since working from home, I have opportunities to give myself a break. And that, yes, you can take a break. You can still take a break, have fun, and grind the night away, if that makes sense.
Yeah. You do have to take a break every now and then. Even from YouTube, you have to take a break every now and then to recharge your batteries. I've done it. Baron's done it. Many other people have done it where it's like, okay, I just need to take a week or so, or however long, to recharge my batteries, recharge my creative juices, and then return.
Like MacArthur, I have returned.
Mm-hmm.
I shall return.
Of course, Tim's mentioning about Deleted Scenes, Twin Peaks watch party. They covered multiple seasons of Twin Peaks, and I know they cover other shows too. And of course, Deleted Scenes also has his own show that he talks about. He also works with Outlaw Bill, or formerly Outlaw Bill. But everybody, if you're not subscribed to Deleted Scenes, subscribe to him. Click on those three dots next to his name, and it should take you to his channel.
What, is he now in-law Bill? If he's not Outlaw Bill, he's
I think he was formerly, he went by Jedi Bill, and then he moved to Outlaw Bill. I think that was his story.
I remember him being Jedi Bill.
Come on, Pete, catch it.
And I think since they exhausted, they being Deleted Scenes and company, they exhausted Twin Peaks, and they're delving into pretty much all things David Lynch. So if you're into his stuff, they nerd out. Like, if I know their scheduling, they usually go from 5:30 Pacific up to like 8 o'clock Pacific. So they spend a good bit, either if it's a full-on watch or just a full-on discussion. Yeah. Because I don't know, I might have to watch David Lynch's stuff more times over than I've had. I might have been more into it. It's not that I'm not a fan of David Lynch. It's just I need more to warm up to it. Because I know he's of there's a certain taste to his stuff.
Mm-hmm.
Right?
Mm-hmm. Oh, yeah.
It's pretty much an acquired taste. Either you like it or you don't.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't think there's a middle ground at all when it comes to David Lynch. It's either like or hate. But I was able to skip into a parallel universe, one of the parallel Earths. I got the copy of the Dave Lynch Return to the Jedi. We're going to have watch party one of these days. The Dave Lynch Return to the Jedi.
That would have been interesting.
It would have.
He would have approached it.
Mm-hmm. It would have been. I'm always curious though. It's like, geez, Dave Lynch doing a Star Wars film? Ooh.
Wait, was this a production that he actually did and then they just stopped midway, or is this just
No, it's a joke because he was originally tapped to be the director, but he turned it down to do Dune.
Oh, got it.
Mm-hmm. So that's why I'm saying in the parallel universe, I got the a copy of the DVD of the Dave Lynch version of Return of the Jedi.
Gotcha.
With midgets Ewoks walking backwards, talking backwards.
Oh, come on, Blue. Like I said, I'll be doing that periodically throughout the night, folks.
I was going, what did I do now? Oh, I don't hate it.
No, I don't hate it either.
Mm-hmm. No,
I like I said, I got to watch it again, and then I know Netter and them were showing the Spice Diver cut some time ago. And,
yeah.
And like I said, I got to watch it again. Again, not saying it was terrible or I didn't like it. It's just I gotta. It's like me and Superman. If I don't think I had to do my homework, but I felt if I did do my homework, I would have liked it more. Because for now, F1 is still my enjoyable movie. Sometimes you just want a movie where you don't have to think about it. Where the writing is that simple, you know what the stakes are, and you could just go for the ride. And that's been F1 for now.
Yeah, I've heard good things about F1. I just haven't been able to see it. Random aside, I wish I could find old school Dune RTS game. Oh, I think I know. Yeah, I think I remember that one.
I think I remember something about that.
Yeah. Let me see if it's the one I'm thinking of.
Oh, trust me, Mike knows all about that. His theater's going to do it. He already was telling me, I'm there, man.
Oh, they are. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles.
Yeah, I'm going to go see Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles when it's at my theater next month. But I'm also going to go see Jaws when it's at my theater next month.
I just ordered the Blu-ray last year, I think. And I just felt as though I had to have it. And it's funny because on Prime, people would think, oh, I got to get my Paramount Plus. I'm very close to canceling it. The only thing that prevents me is South Park is on there. I'm not gonna re-up HBO Max just so I can watch South Park.
No.
But Amazon Prime has these niche streaming channels, if you will, on their live TV section. Yeah. And one of them is a Ninja Turtles channel. So they air nonstop Ninja Turtles episodes like they air nonstop Baywatch episodes. So if you're into Baywatch, you can get your fix on.
Yeah, I think I got it here. Godzilla in there. It's the one that was kind of like Command and Conquer, right? That had the overhead view.
Interesting.
All right, come on, Cubs. Let's tie this game up.
Who are they playing?
The Brewers.
The Brewers.
Gotcha.
Boo, Brewers. Ooh, there we go.
Now, is that RTS before or after StarCraft?
Ooh, I want to say it was before.
Interesting.
Mm-hmm.
Interesting.
Yeah, I remember playing that a little bit.
Thank you, Godzillionaire. Well, I gotta say, Mike, for because you were telling us about how your channel started out. At some point, did you feel like settled on what your channel was going to be, or do you find that still kind of evolving as the time has gone on? especially now that you've gotten both levels of monetization, as I'm understanding it.
I think the channel is going to continuously evolve.
Okay.
I don't think it's ever going to be one particular thing or another. I think as, this year goes on, next year, and the years that follow. Sorry, I'm also watching the game as I'm answering this question, but for the years
Focus,
that
Mike.
follow, that this channel is going to continue to evolve. There are going to continue to be changes. I'm going to do better at certain things, especially when it comes to reading articles. I've been doing Pop Talk for almost 4 years, and I still stutter as I'm reading as that's hit off the pitcher. Reese McGuire safe. Cubs got runners at second and first with nobody out in the top of the fourth.
Woo!
But again, I just gave you all a sample of what the box score used to be like when I was able to do it regularly before MLB decided to jack up the price.
Ooh, MLB.
I mean, that is how I used to do it. I used to, be watching the game as it got later, and I would say, I'm going live. And people are going to hear my commentary whether they want to hear it or not. But
That's what you told me before the show.
But again, to fully answer your question, Lester, I don't think it's ever going to stay as one particular thing, because eventually it's going to go on to something else.
Yeah.
But the one thing I won't do, like I did with the box score videos, is I probably won't remove anything from the channel. I'll keep those up there, and I still have the majority of the box score videos, as the Cubs now have runners at second and third with only one out.
Nothing like a little sacrifice.
Nothing like a little sacrifice at all. As I want to say hello to the Padawanabe, Bucks Friday Nights, and Cash Money 007.
Oh, yeah, we're going to be now.
I'm congratulations. Sorry, my bad.
And Tim says, and the Houston Astros should stay in the National League. No. I'm glad to have them out of the Central. Keep them out of the National League Central.
Soon they won't be considered the Trastros anymore after they get rid of all their former cheaters.
So, wow.
Yeah, that's a sore subject for Cash, but I don't blame him.
Zing.
But gentlemen, how are you doing tonight?
I misclicked, don't mind me. But how's it going?
Going good.
Congratulations, Mike.
Thank you, Spock.
You're the man.
He's crying.
I wouldn't say that, but you're one of the people like Godzilla that's been here since the beginning. So you've seen the evolution of the channel, and like I said to Lester, I don't think the channel is done evolving. I think there's always room for growth, room for change, and
absolutely, man. But you've done well, so you should be proud of yourself.
Well, I didn't do it alone. I want to emphasize that to everybody. Don't believe I did this alone. I had a lot of help, whether it was me going on to live stream and people taking a chance to subscribe into the channel, or people discovering the channel, through other channels, and, connecting with many great people, including who you see on the panel right now, who you see in the chat right now. It's not a one-man show. Yes, a lot of work has to be done behind the scenes to try to get the streams up and running, and you all have known my struggles with streaming the games for the last couple of months, but hopefully those problems are behind us.
Hello, Lady Mist. Hope you're doing well today. Hope everybody in the chat is doing well.
Yeah, I want to say that too. I hope everybody here is doing well. And Baron,
I gotta say, I'm very pleased. If there's anything Milwaukee is doing right, the banner behind the batters, that would bring a certain nation a set of tears of joy, if you know what I mean.
Yeah,
I
Oh,
I
mean,
there's-
know exactly what you mean.
They're Milwaukee right now and some of these other teams are definitely a pain in the butt. But that's good. It's good that there's still competition in baseball. Baseball's been unfortunately a little tainted. What's also crazy, and I think it has to do with the pitch clock, Mike, is we haven't seen a no-hitter this year at all.
No, we
Yes.
haven't.
Mhm.
But we've seen a lot of injuries to starting pitchers
Mhm. Yes, we have.
Yeah.
because of the pitch clock. Because
Yeah.
pitchers only have a certain amount of time where they can receive the ball and set themselves for the next pitch and then throw the next pitch. I mean, you see the clock going down right now if you're watching the game, as that's fouled back by Dansby Swanson. With a 3-2 count, runners at second and third, with only one out here in the top of the fourth. But
Do you think it's a fair amount of time on the pitch clock?
I don't think the pitch clock is necessary, but it's Rob
They need to get rid of
Manfred who
Yes.
instituted the pitch clock because the game was going too slow.
Mhm.
The game
Too
was just
slow.
fine.
It's too slow. We need to change it.
well, I
It's gonna
think
be
there's
better now.
I think something has to be said, and I thought about this for a long time, because I think about it even growing up, in terms of sports, fun to play, sports, fun to watch on TV, sports to watch in person, sports to play in video games.
Yeah.
So growing up, I wasn't a fan of baseball on TV, but I didn't mind playing a form of
Right.
baseball in person. I
Yeah.
actually enjoyed my time going to games at the stadium and then playing them in video games. Like I'm losing count how many baseball games I actually had my hands on, whether I owned it or my friends did. I
Yeah.
mean,
Well, yeah. Yeah. You go back and even something on Game Boy like Super Bases Loaded, that was just a fun game. It wasn't even with teams. The way it was set up is just a fun game. You could keep playing it.
One copy of Bases Loaded I had was with Ryan Sandberg on the cover.
Crazy. Yeah.
really,
I have that
okay.
on the
That was still going on strong even up to
Mhm.
that time. I still
Yeah.
remember.
Mhm.
Yeah, go ahead.
No, from stuff like Blitz. I remember
yeah.
an epic battle that my brother had with some random guy, and they were playing. One was playing the Raiders. I wonder if he's playing the Broncos. I can't remember, but it was a crazy game. Yeah, Blitz was a very fun game. They took things from football and then they changed it around and they made it more of an arcade type style. And of course, you have Madden, but I would say that with these games. A lot of these sports games, I don't think you should buy them every year because they don't change that much. So,
You're only paying.
Well, haven't we all argued for so long? Why can't you just subscribe and get an update, a new roster upgrade every year,
Yeah,
and
exactly.
keep playing?
yeah, I think that would be good. Yeah, that'd be fair.
Wait. You
Especially
guys are
since-
telling me. Go ahead. Sorry. Go ahead.
I was gonna say, just especially since there are fans of particular years,
Right.
or somebody's like, they haven't made a good one since this one, and so I haven't
Right.
bought one. So there is a
You
lot
guys
of
are
that.
telling me you didn't want the Adidas simulator? That's not fun. That's a lot of fun. I have so much fun going to a storefront and pretending that I work at the Adidas store. Like that's the best thing they ever added to NBA.
That's so
Well,
funny.
I mean, my thing is I stopped following wrestling, I think, as early as 1990 or 91. But I still loved playing the Nintendo games, arcade games, PlayStation games, and then I wasn't an N64 guy. I was in the PlayStation camp, but I had friends who loved the N64, and the main game everybody was playing before Smash Brothers became the thing was Royal Rumble, because you can make that game last for hours. So it's like I may not have been the wrestling fan I was back during the days of Hulk Hogan, Ravishing Rick Rude, Ultimate Warrior, but I couldn't put down the wrestling games on. Didn't matter what platform either. PlayStation, Nintendo, yeah, I think even Game Gear.
SmackDown for the PS2.
Yeah.
I've never played a baseball game in my life, but I'll mash buttons like a champ.
Last baseball game I have, it was Ken Griffey Jr. on the 64.
NBA Jam, Godzillionaire, NBA Street was a lot of fun too.
NBA Street.
And
Best
then
soundtrack ever.
the college games were fun too, and of course EA got in a lot of trouble because they were like, "Hey, we'll just steal people's likenesses; they won't notice it." Then these players were playing these games like, "Excuse me, what are we doing?" And there was a report on that. That was terrible. What EA was pulling.
That was the time when Cash Money was trying to pass himself off some from the street. He was
right.
He was.
Well, it's weird that they. You finish it. I was just going to add to it.
No, I didn't know where I was going with that, but
I was just going to say it was kind of weird because when in like the old Tecmo Bowl days, they were starting to have those likeness like they couldn't even have certain players' numbers on some game, even though they didn't have the names at all. And then you would have some names and not all of them. And like Michael Jordan just wasn't in the game, but there was a number 23.
Yeah, that was a sore spot because I think it was in an earlier iteration of NBA Jam, and then I might have been just because of the console ports at the time, he wasn't on the roster. Yeah, just because of licensing and likeness, and same thing happened in the NBA Live series. I think the last one he was in before they restored him was NBA Showdown, back before it became the live iteration.
Yeah, and I just wanted to say hello to Jet Sparks, and also I see what you just posted there, Tim, about the tsunami alert in the Pacific Islands.
Wow.
After a magnitude 8 earthquake. I mean, yeah, the earthquake today, and then you had what happened up in New York City last night. So,
what happened in New York City last night?
You didn't hear about what happened in New York City?
You didn't hear about the shooting, man?
Oh,
yeah,
I don't pay attention to the news anymore.
Oh, all right. That's fine.
I don't blame you.
The guy who went into Park Avenue office building, and same building that houses the NFL and a few other corporations, and he went in there with an assault rifle. And unfortunately, an officer who was there.
That guy! I think I saw pictures of him on Facebook.
Yeah. And of course, CNN being the scumbags they are, oh, Jiminy Crickets.
Oh my gosh. Yeah, I know. I think I know where you're getting at. Yeah. They assumed that he was just some sort of what, but he really wasn't.
Mm-hmm. He was from Nevada. He was from Las Vegas, baby.
Mm-hmm. Oh, so, yeah.
So
you're
sad though.
I'm like most people. In terms of national news, I get enough, so I don't want to be oversaturated with information if the information is going to overlap. That's one thing I'm noticing on YouTube, and that's why even my YouTube has been minimized. Just because you get the same people who will give the same opinions. Mm-hmm. I just need it once, unless there's new information to deal with and work with. That's just how I am nowadays, right?
Well, I mean, that's why the approach I have for Pop Talk. Why do we have to talk about it if everyone else is already talking about it?
Right, exactly. Yeah,
even though Cash insists, he says we got to talk about it because everybody else is. Guys,
yeah, no, that's what Baron says. Sure, Baron. With your fake picture there.
No, that's
Yes, of
me.
course.
Actually, that's what the long-suffering wishes I look like.
We have times where we do talk about something that everyone else is talking about because we feel that we can bring our own perspective onto it.
Mhm.
This is
And not regurgitate what everyone else is saying.
right, and like Godzillionaire said, I'm not surprised, man. People on ESPN, people on the local news, people even, which I heard a story yesterday, they kept talking about the shooter. Why aren't we talking about the victims? Oh, I
Right.
see. Okay, so they
Well,
want to
yeah.
play their games, and that's why I'm going to say that a lot of the media have decided to, in a way, become the enemy of the people. Not all of them, but let's have
Right.
some common sense here, okay? Let's
Well,
stop
yeah.
playing these stupid games, these stupid evil games, these whatever, adding fuel to the fire.
Right.
Yeah.
And and we got a guy who's running for mayor in New York who's banned the cops, get rid of the cops,
Right.
have the social workers go in there, and
Right.
you had two officers that were unalived, right? Because this was like a second job. They needed another job because they weren't being paid enough being police officers. Thank you kindly to the mob mentality. And the lady, she was a mother of two kids, and
Mm.
the male, I was hearing something. He had like a couple kids himself. It's like these are parents. Two kids lost their mother.
Right.
Mhm.
Who
And-
where right. Yeah, exactly, Baron. Go ahead.
No, that's what I was just gonna say. I mean, it's like they lost their mother. I mean, what? But it's like you're too busy trying to tell us wrongly what ethnicity the shooter is, and being completely utterly wrong when everyone sees the picture
Hmm.
of what the guy looks like. It's like, and all I know is he's from Las Vegas, so it's like,
Yep.
and I don't know what his beef was, but
Well-
he had a beef with somebody.
Mm-hmm.
Well, not only what happened in New York yesterday, but I'm sure you heard about what happened in Reno yesterday. There was a shooting there
Yep.
too.
Yeah, there's the
I know
shooting,
that.
and then what happened in Ohio. It's just awful, and the fact that people are saying, "Oh, you shouldn't go out after 6 or whatever." It's like, what do people need to have bodyguards because they're worried about some
Yeah.
thuggery happening? I mean, Phil the other day was saying it right. I'm like I hate to say that, but do people need weapons to now defend themselves when they go out at night because it's not safe and they're worried somebody's going to jump them? And it's just, and I understand that things can happen, but why did all these other people jump in? And then some woman got knocked out by a guy, literally clocked out, and she couldn't even get up. She was just, it was like KO time.
Well, that's the funny thing when it comes to preparedness. People
Right.
don't want to spend the time to get good at that, and that doesn't mean you got to learn how to swing. You got to know how to tackle people. You just got to practice your senses, because even though I did take part in some force on force work, part of the learning nuggets were be more attentive to the possibility you somehow, whether voluntarily or not, you do a phenomenon called audio exclusion because of all your adrenaline that goes on, particularly when you hear that yell, whether it's get on the ground or anything that would appear threatening. All your
Right.
fine motor goes out the window. At least train that. That way, when things get hyped up, for whatever reason, you know how to respond with a calmness that you would obtain if you trained regularly. And no, you don't have to go out there like Captain Tactical, but at least learn how to deal with those factors and take a real emergency medical class. Then again, once they learn about Good Samaritan laws, you know you may or may not be more selective about who you help. I'll admit.
Yes, and
That's
that's
the thing. People have become more selective or not even get involved at all.
Right.
Yeah.
Because
And-
of everything that's
right.
going on.
That's the other problem with things like the Daniel Penny, and it doesn't matter what race it is. When somebody's actually trying to do something heroic, there can be consequences because of their race, because of this, and it shouldn't matter. If somebody's doing something heroic, that should be applauded. But
and unfortunately, it's swept under the rug. Yes, it's swept under the rug. And other times, it's punished, or in some cases, people just get sued for helping them. Like, you ungrateful piece of human garbage.
Well, I mean, good old Stringfellow Hawk himself from Airwolf, he basically destroyed himself completely. I mean, his death was because of what he was doing in his self-denial. But when he was in the accident and the EMTs put a tube down his throat to save his life, it kind of damaged his vocal cords a little bit. And he went and went out suing the EMTs. It's like, you realize, Mr. Vincent, Mr. Jan Michael Vincent, Stringfellow Hawk, that if they didn't do that, you'd be dead.
Yeah.
And as life goes along, he loses a leg because of his lifestyle that he was going, and still completely blind. To the situation. I mean, and I idolize Stringfellow Hawk. I love Stringfellow Hawk from Airwolf. Actually, I like the guy from the company more. Alex Cord is like, oh yeah, he's cool, wearing the white suit.
I should be reading it. But, Fresh Young Ronnie G is on the way.
He's on the way.
No!
He's on the bus.
Turtles!
Well,
DJ Ronnie G, the only man who liked Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles 3 more than any other film out there.
Oh,
there. That's your spot right there.
Come on, Jim. Don't. That's just going a little too far there, man.
No,
I'm just saying that when he comes in here, he gets lynched. That's all.
I'm just gonna say, I mean, that movie came out maybe 93, 94. I don't remember, but I still remember the difference when they filmed Secret of the Ooze, and then the third, like they recast April O'Neil, and then if I had an honest discussion between my homies and me, I would have asked who was the better April, and we don't know. We were adolescents at the time. Our hormones were kicking in. Like, who was the hotter April between Hope? I think that's her name, Julie.
Yeah, Judith Hogue and Paige Turco.
Yeah. Who was the hotter one? And then
it was a hotter one, yeah.
Yeah. And then when I watched part 3, there was a piece of Asian candy on the side for the turtles. Like, okay, I was into. I think Vanishing Sun was in vogue in the mid '90s by then. Anyway, yeah.
That's a double in the gap.
Hey, listen. Oh, he's doing his game. He's getting excited watching this game.
Oh, gotcha.
I like I said in the beginning, I'm watching the game. I put the Cosme link in the chat. If anyone else wants to watch the game, you'll hear me periodically say something.
Make him happy. Yeah, basically, who knows? That guy just absolutely destroyed himself. Ernest Borgnine hated him.
Oh, that's too bad.
He did not, it's like, when the show was in, he didn't ever want to see the guy again.
Oh, that's too bad.
And real quick, I do want to thank Pat Wannabe for stopping in. He's got to go.
Bye, Patty.
Really appreciate it, brother.
See you,
Glad
Pat
you're
Wannabe.
here. Appreciate the help, getting the watch hours and everything. Go ahead, guys.
Your usefulness is over. Go away.
See you, Pat Wannabe.
I'm kidding, Pat Wannabe. I'm kidding.
So on two fronts, I know we diverged a little with the Ninja Turtles talk, but I picked up Crime and Punishment from Tolstoy. I haven't read it, but I think I should, because I don't know. I don't know when the evolution and I think I have some ideas based on what I vaguely recall during history class about the activist courts. Not to go too deep into that, but I really think when it came to legislative formation, there's just like this weird this weird change in how the attitude or the spirit of law evolved. Better or worse, I don't know. But it seemed like to me, we want to avoid tragedy no matter the cost at the expense of our freedoms, if you will. And that's how I look at it. In terms of, people talk about, oh my God, I don't want any more mass shootings. And then they think it's the tool's fault instead of it's kind of like what I found fascinating when I got to rewatch the OG Tron, that I wasn't really into the whole glitz and the glamour of the effects, whatever glitz and glamour present in that time period when they put out the original Tron, but the tension between the users and the system. Right? So when it comes to tragedies, we see so much being blamed by the system when the users and the elephant in the room is, whose responsibility is it to police that a person, because you are talking about a person with their own warts they have to come to terms with and wrestle with. And sorry for those who don't have the support system around them to get better, you know what I mean? Instead of punishing others for the mistakes of others, if that makes sense, right?
Yeah, well, they just don't follow their own rules, man. They put out these rules, and then they it's always such a clown show. Have rules that are fair. I mean, even somebody like Spock has been, and other people have been going through problems with censorship with AI. And I bring this up because Spock and I have been talking about this a lot. And it's
go.
like, and it's just like he wants to make an AI image with a girl in a bikini. Nothing should be wrong with that. It's just another example of like rules for thee, not for me nonsense. So yeah,
I actually found it pretty funny recently. My buddy was telling me he was just trying to make a shirt thing. I'm not really sure what it was because he does like outfit designs, and he put the word big button, and it flagged him for that word because big button has the word big
God.
Well, that was like that's like the days when they had Net Nanny on there, and other stuff like that.
It's not even just like the 80s or like just editorial stuff in general that's getting flagged, which they're going way harder on recently. But yeah, Cash is right. It's
but
funny.
when you had women that were trying to look up breast cancer, they were getting zinged on that.
That's true.
It was breast. Yeah, it's like, yeah. I mean, the internet still is, in a sense, a wild west out there.
As it should always be.
And yeah, it should always be. No one should be quote unquote owning it. No. It's a beast now, but people want to try to control it because this is one of the last vestiges we have right now of being able to go out there and speak our mind, and more importantly, anonymously.
Right, yeah. Anonymously, because you use AI as well, like Suno and everything, so you understand like the implications that it has on like bigger companies. Like, oh no, this guy in his bedroom can just make a song and a movie in like 2 minutes, and he's gonna completely outdo us. It's mainly like what's happening recently that Cash is noticing is the payment processors like Visa and Stripe. They're coming down really hard, and they're using their disguise of like this is for censorship, but really it's money. That's the main issue.
Yeah, always is.
Yeah, but I can kind of argue the idea of being a traditional creator, because why would I want to waste time just throwing out, just typing in some prompt and have something just churned out with no real context to it based on some silly little prompt that doesn't really give you much of anything, instead of letting your own imagination guide you to actually create a story or write a book.
Right. You have to work at the prompt to try to get it to produce what you want it to produce.
That's like also a whole different debate, to be fair, because like that goes into the semantics of what you think is art too, because suggestively like what you consider traditional, you're using modern tools that were made by what people considered lame before, like Photoshop.
Well, it goes into the question of especially when you get that verbal at least when it comes to sporting events, they're the ones that are, to my mind, most vocal about illegal distribution without written consent. So what is it that we're distributing? That's the funny thing that people don't want to get clear. Like, okay, especially if I did own a copy of Fill in the Blank. Who's to say that I'm not allowed to splice it and then I make something that is entirely my own? I will give credit where it's due. And the funny thing is, I make the observation a lot of the time. And why are they turning down free advertising or free word of mouth? I'm not looking to get any money off of your property.
Well, that's all. That's also the main thing. That's also a different topic for discussion. Now, I can agree with that. I mean, some companies really, especially Nintendo, do not like. They go trigger happy with the idea of intellectual property, like the misuse of their intellectual properties. They think, oh, because someone's talking about it, therefore we can't have them ban it. You guys don't need to do any marketing. If you guys spend crap tons of money on marketing, that saves you a lot. If you get people talking about something because someone else brought it up, there you go. There's the best advertising right there. I mean, sometimes these companies just don't. Sometimes you see where companies like you sell with like the original movie Megan, they let the virality of the movie itself go viral, and that's what generated a lot of word of mouth to go see it.
Right. And okay. Yeah, go ahead, Barry.
Now, I was just going to say the big problem is they're too busy listening to the lawyers who want to go out there and litigate and try to bring in money because then they get a piece of that action.
Sure.
So instead of talking to the creative heads out there, the people who are promoters and such going, hey, you know how much money we're saving by letting these people do this? But they're too busy listening to the lawyers. And, I think we all know what Shakespeare said about lawyers. First, they're the first ones against the wall. So, I mean, that's the problem in these studios. Some figure it out. Some know it. George Lucas knew it. I mean, look at all the stuff he allowed to be done with his property by fans. Mm-hmm. And they even had a contest for it, where they gave awards out to it. Star Trek at one time was way more forgiving of having the fan films out there until the Axanars came along.
And also don't forget, Baron, that with Star Trek, there was a period of time where they would allow fans to submit their own scripts.
Yep. Mm-hmm.
But with Star Wars, you make a good point with not just, we all know Spaceballs, and we all know how it's supposed to be a giant spoof on Star Wars, but also a lot of many things. But the one thing I love about that movie, especially the first one, is Mel Brooks personally did not want to sell any merchandise because he didn't want to compete with George Lucas's merchandise and, competing with Star Wars in general, which opens up the idea of, it wouldn't have competed, obviously. Star Wars is the best. But the whole point is, respect. And a lot of artists out there who do want to make continuations, who aren't, indie artists like us, we aren't going to abuse everything like, say, Star Trek with Axanar did. We're not going to try.
Yeah.
And, it's just a thing of trust. If they can trust us, then that's a whole different topic,
and
too.
And you're just killing creativity at the same time while you're trying to load the kibosh. It's no different than somebody figuring out a way to hack whatever game console or it's funny. I've been nerding out on various retrospectives, on the history of that company Tengen. It's funny when I recall those days after reading some comic books I picked up back in the last couple of years at some bargain bin at one of the cons I went to, that Tengen was all over the comic book ads. And then I this YouTube channel I was watching talking about how Tengen pretty much bypassed Nintendo's exclusivity and broke their compatibility restriction. And it's okay, on one level, I get it. I understand why Nintendo went after them, but at the same time, at least they came to some agreement where, hey, this could be profitable for both parties. And it's almost like, why are you so afraid of competition? And that's the one thing I don't see in today's society, this willingness to break up what appears to be monopolies are all around us.
Well, not only that, you bring up Nintendo, and before I continue, I do want to welcome in Shane. Good to see you here, brother.
Hey guys.
But you bring up Nintendo. There was
What's
a
up,
company that got around Nintendo's licensing agreement for all their third-party licenses and the number of games they could publish each year. That was Konami when they created Ultra Games. So where you had other companies like Capcom who could only produce a certain amount of games each year, Konami's like, okay, well, we'll create another brand, and Nintendo can't stop us, and Nintendo didn't stop them.
Mm-hmm.
That's how we got Skate or Die. That's how we got the original Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtle games, the arcade game, and the Manhattan Project. And
and
that's how we got Metal Gear.
Yeah, Nintendo is being really stupid about the Pal World thing, and I think that should encourage even more people to buy that. Nintendo, I get it, they want their stuff on their exclusives console, fine, but if they released some of this stuff, they would have made millions, maybe even potentially billions on PC or these other platforms.
Well, it's funny because they're pulling a Disney, but they're trying to have their cake and eat it too, meaning that they somehow are losing their identity while trying to retain their identity just by virtue of their releasing of the Switch 2, because I don't see how much more of an innovative experience in playing the games on a Switch 2 is versus a Steam Deck. I can understand retrospectively looking at the DS machines, they were a little different in how you experience gameplay. I hand it to them for that. The Switch, okay, to a degree, all right, yeah, that's a little innovative, but then the Switch 2 was just, oh, we don't know. Whatever creativity it's almost as though they taxed their creativity muscles, whatever they had left. And they just said, we'll just pack more innards into it and we'll call it the Switch 2. And we'll give them a feature that people have been able to do for decades on a PC.
Yeah, again, I've always seen Nintendo as always having one step forward, but always 2 or 3 steps back from what everybody else is doing. I know that people are saying they're not trying to compete with anything, but guys, like Nintendo is like, they are really always been behind the times. They're implementing things that, again, as you said, has been around for like at least a couple decades, like with online gaming, like party chat, leaderboards. I mean, next thing you should tell me that, if there is going to be another success, they're going to start putting achievements for Nintendo games.
But they had an identity, they had a branding, they had a target, and they had a focus that wasn't all about the bleeding edge graphics. And that's what I mean by losing their identity. That, okay, give us something new in playing Mario Kart, like what they did with the Wii. I don't know how revolutionary it was, but that saved me a butt ton of money from buying an
Xbox or a PlayStation, Xbox 360 or a PlayStation 3 or a PC.
And the corresponding peripheral. Oh wow, what a way to play the game. At least Nintendo at the time knew what it was.
Yeah, they were just trying to just change things up, just always change things up. And I know the Wii U was kind of like, it was like a bit of a step back, but the Switch is what perfected, was just the Wii U, but perfected.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, Nintendo does good things, Lester, and then they do bad things. And this Pal World thing is definitely on the bad side.
Yeah.
There's, in Jet Sparks, it's just, but I would always tell people, it's like, if you want to save money, you don't have to go and spend the $80 on physical games. You can wait. And excuse me, Costco, I hear you can save some money if you get the membership. If you wait on eBay, you can probably, I'm starting to even see Donkey Kong Bonanza for a cheaper price. Like you can wait. I just don't, it's really hard for anyone to tell me, this game is worth $80, $70.
Well,
all the problems that have happened with PC and even on console that can happen. Maybe not as much, but they're trying to tell you that there's $7 worth of content, $80 worth of content. If you're really excited about a game, then go with the deluxe edition and pay more, or go for the ultimate edition, or just wait. But people want it right away, right now. But like even the Switch 2, go with the bundle. I know people will say, hey, I want to buy the physical edition, but I don't think even Mario Kart World is worth it for like $80.
Right,
I would go with the bundle.
Well, it goes back to what is their defining virtue? I would even say in the old Genesis SNES wars, you kind of got an idea of what their defining virtue was. Even though the SNES and the Genesis were kind of parallel at the time, like at least that's the problem with, or the blessing and the problem of having competition, because especially when the two platforms share pretty much the same third-party library, your first-party library, you got to step it up, or you got to step up your hardware to a degree that you can say, this is why I'm going with, say, for example, Xbox One, even though their attempt at trying to do Xbox TV, and my golly, I had troubleshot the pilot part of that connectivity. That was a nightmare. There was little to no documentation when they released it.
Mm-hmm.
Like, we were just thinking, oh God, really? You're just going to tell people hold down that power button for X amount of seconds? That's how you resolve your cable? Because they were trying to make the Xbox into your home theater PC. Nice try. But I guess for those who want that would be like a defining feature.
Sure.
Whereas,
go ahead. Yeah, it might have been just like how, I mean, you could buy the PlayStation 2, but it was also people also like even regular people liked it because it also was a DVD player. It was the cheapest DVD player you could find. But going back a little bit to the Switch 2, that whole sense of FOMO, it really shows where the dichotomy of where a lot of people are. Some people I've seen that really shows that that really kind of shows where it's kind of led to something of a falling out I've had with a certain person, or has led further to that. But the whole point is that I don't see what really was the point. I mean, it sounds outrageous to pay that much money for the Switch 2 and even all the games. I mean, even like for the PS4, for the PS5 and Xbox Series X, paying $70 for even a game, even if it's like standard, it's like that's asking way too much for a game. That's asking way too much. I mean, and sure, I know the whole point thing is like, I know everyone wants to push for this whole all digital future, but again, why do we even have physical games now if you're just basically just giving us a glorified digital download code in the form of like a cartridge? Which there's no point
why
to it.
are the digital downloads costing the same price as the physical copy? That doesn't make any sense when there's no overhead.
And thank goodness for third-party sellers that Steam is fine with. I don't think that's going to change. They seem to be fine with CD keys and other places. So that's great.
I'm glad there's a place like Good Old Games or GOG, because
for now
people talk about physical media. I'm sorry, but you got to expand your thinking. Physical media is no longer just Blu-rays or DVDs. It's your terabyte external drive or more.
Yeah, exactly the point. I mean, hell, games are getting a lot bigger. Heck, some games are like I think the newest Call of Duty is like 200 gigabytes base minimum, and they say that's how. I'm not sure, and I can only imagine. I mean, I wouldn't be surprised.
How much of that is lazy development?
That's exactly right.
It is lazy development, but heck,
it's a bunch of bloatware.
Yeah, it is all bloatware, and the same thing. I can only imagine what kind of crap that is going to be in GTA 6. But again, I still think there's going to be bugs at launch when it comes out, just like how there were bugs for GTA 5 when it first came out. And I mean, sure, it came out on last gen, and they should have just waited to have it come out on PS4 and Xbox One So it would have been like the perfect launch title for the system.
For me, when I look at the landscape, when the Wii was really pushing the margin, both on from a monetary standpoint and then the competition, I kind of laugh when I look back on what PlayStation tried and Xbox, both the 360 and the Xbox One.
Oh my gosh.
You know what I mean? So
the
Move.
Yeah, the Move and the Kinect, yes.
Yeah. So it's like it's like do some R&D, and it's kind of like what Sega tried to do, pushing the envelope. There's a time and place when that works.
Oh yeah, like with Sega Net. I mean, that was way ahead of its time.
Sega. Well, I mean,
and the infrastructure wasn't fast enough to accommodate it.
The Dreamcast had a modem in it. That was
yes,
cool.
It did. It did have that good feature. But again, it was I mean, but I'm talking about the Sega Net of the Sega Genesis, where you had the
I remember that.
You had to connect to the phone line in order to.
You're talking about the Sega channel.
Yep, I remember that. But I'm just saying, who did it better?
It plugged in to the top of your Genesis. You had to have a cable connection going to the device that connected to the top of your Genesis in the cartridge slot, and then for a simple fee, I don't remember what it was, but it wasn't that expensive. At least for the time, it wasn't.
Every time you got into the middle of a game and lost connection, you had to restart the whole game over.
That was the one downside of it.
That must have been bad. But I mean, again, I was literally a baby, or I wasn't even born yet when that was probably the thing. But it's still crazy how I feel like I'm young, but I sometimes feel like I'm an old soul.
Well, I think back about I don't know if it was even a war between the N64 and the PS1 when it came out, because I can guess there was a real. You kind of knew in the back of your mind what each one was for. Like the N64 had a reputation because of Nintendo's past.
Yeah.
Right? And then with the PS1, you kind of knew the audience for that just because you saw the library of games it had in contrast against what the N64 was offering at its release. Even though I don't know if it was Nintendo's decision or third-party developer decision.
Yeah, I'd say it really was more Nintendo's decision, because there's a lot of things, like, of course, like how Square snubbed Nintendo because they didn't share their vision for what they had for Final Fantasy VII when Final Fantasy 1 through 6 were exclusively on Nintendo consoles, and they said, yeah, since you guys don't want to share our vision, how about bye, and they happily went to Sony, and Final Fantasy VII became one of the best-selling games on that system.
Bye.
Oh, what's that?
I go bye. You know.
Now fast forward to last year with Final Fantasy VII Rebirth not making the sales that, especially Square Enix wanted for the game on the Sony console, and that's why Square Enix said, "We're not doing exclusives on Sony anymore. We're done."
Yeah, and that's that's the same thing. Same thing with Capcom. I mean, there was that problem with Resident Evil 4. I mean, but then again, Resident Evil 4 at this point has been released on practically every system you can think of.
Well, let's take going back to the N64. If I had been sold better on the control mechanisms on that N64 controller, which I still think is the fuggliest.
Yes, controller, it is.
But if I had known, because I still think in retrospect, Mario 64 was innovative for its time, because it was simply a different way to experience Mario. It wasn't a 2D platformer at that time. You really did have the opportunity to look at the world in a 3D perspective, where we don't have those in spades, I don't think. And if I had been sold better on how to use and maximize the use of the N64 controller, I probably wouldn't have gone with the PlayStation 1. Whereas when I got the PlayStation, I wanted to play those arcade games. I was already into more simulations, right? So it goes back to what was the defining feature. And I still don't know if Sony... It's funny, Sony had a mascot, and then I think they did away with the whole idea.
Probably, yeah.
They used Crash Bandicoot as their mascot for a time.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, that's true. They did. Yeah.
But nobody liked him, so he was kind of like Poochie. Kind of like Poochie from The
Poochie?
Simpsons.
I love Poochie.
You love
Yeah,
Poochie?
but we all-
you
we
would
also-
love Poochie.
Yeah, but
Poochie's
here's what you gotta
ridiculous,
understand.
dude. Poochie the
For
rock
every single mascot I know, we all know Mario, Zelda, and Metroid in some way were all the mascots of Nintendo, but we all know Mario was the main poster boy for Nintendo. And I think for each iteration you had both Crash Bandicoot and Spyro the Dragon, and then for PS2 I think you might have had Jak and Daxter. For PS3, I think all you really had was Kratos and Nathan Drake.
Well, if you look at Sega, before Sonic became their mascot, it used to be Alex Kidd.
There was a lot for PS2, though, to be fair. Jak and Daxter was definitely one of them, so was Sly Cooper.
Yeah, Sly Cooper also, yes. But does anyone remember
Parappa the Rapper?
Oh, Parappa the Rapper, absolutely,
Yeah,
on the PS1 as well. But also, for Xbox, I mean, this character should have been the mascot, but unfortunately, we all know that big green Space Marine. Yeah, this character was known as Blinks the Cat, and I remember playing Blinks times weird, and I remember liking that game to death. But I think I only got as far as the fourth world, I think.
Big green Space Marines, those are Dark Angels. You don't talk bad about my Dark Angels. We're gonna go out back.
No.
Calm down. It's Halo. He's referring to.
Okay, I was
calm down. Calm down. We know you're always up and ready to fight for.
It's not Warhammer. I'm talking about Master Chief or Master Chief.
I was gonna meet you back in the alley. Yeah, I'm gonna meet you back in the alley with my chainsaw. I'm sorry. I'm calm now. I'm calm now. We okay now, Jet? Are we okay, Jet? Sorry.
Baron.
Okay, calm down.
Baron Baca.
Yeah, Baron Baca. Yeah.
Listen, Baron.
Take it easy, man.
I'm perfectly calm, dude. Calmer than you are.
You just take it easy. Calmer than you are.
I got a heart condition. If you guys are going to be this exciting and this extreme, I'm going to have to take another Tylenol tonight. Woo!
Just Tylenol night tonight. I was on Pop Talk.
Well, Master Chief became Master Cheeks and stuff.
Yes!
Paramount show.
Yes.
They're going to show his face, and I'm like, I understand this is not related to the games, but don't disrespect Master Chief like that. That's not cool, man.
Yeah, especially if it's going to be Sylvester Stallone. Oh, wait a minute, that's Judge Dredd. Never mind.
That's Judge Dredd.
I am the law.
I am the law.
You betrayed the law.
Wait. If you gotta do it right, there, you gotta do it right. I am the law.
You have to do it, and you have to do it, Pacific. You have to, and I will fire you. Understand me?
And I'm sorry.
Talk is where it's at, baby.
Oh man, I can only imagine I can only imagine Master Chief and like Doom Guy in a bar together, and Dude Nukem's the guy who still thinks he's cool when he really isn't.
He is cool. Okay, that's it. Back alley, you and me. I got my chainsaw. Let's do it.
I'm getting my Tylenol.
Poor Shane. Poor Shane.
Did I cross any
the-
lines, Mike? I was threatening people on the panel. I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
well,
I'm so
well,
very, very sorry.
very,
I'm sorry.
very sorry.
What?
I'm so very
I
sorry.
know,
Someone
no,
get
Right.
Picard's
no, I know
medication.
you're not sorry. I know you're not sorry. You're never
Hey,
sorry,
guys.
Baron.
Hey,
Why?
dude.
Because you're a Baron
Hey.
Orman tag.
That's
Guys,
right.
that's why.
Picard escaped from the room again, guys. Guys, go get Picard. He's
Can we
running
get
away.
Picard?
Can we
Number
get him?
one,
He's running
why are
in
you
his
mad at me,
underwear
number
again.
one? You are a bad person, Picard. Oh, go sit in the corner, Picard. Yeah, that was basically a lot of season 3 of Picard, as I like to.
Well, yeah.
Look,
What
I
happened?
gotta do what I gotta do. You can't do it, bro. You're 68 years old.
Yeah,
So
I'm
real
Brock.
quick, Mike, I was thinking about this because I don't recall any innovative games I'm looking forward to because I'm just playing a lot of catch up. So it's like there's no real FOMO for me.
Yes.
And I'm thinking about Stellar Blade. Other than from my loose, this is a loose take. It's ill-informed, more than likely. But to me, it's just a hot-ass looking Crash version of Crash Bandicoot because of the way you jump around on screen. Like,
I mean, I'd say it's more. It's just like it's kind of like Nier Automata. And heck, I think they even crossed
Dark Souls.
Well, you talk about
that's basically what it
Stellar
is.
Blade?
It's hard. It's a hot futuristic Dark Souls.
Well, you're saying Stellar Blade. I mean, you're kind of halfway there because it's it's that ass you're watching that in that game. At least I was when I was playing it. I was mesmerized.
All you gotta do is just put up a bunch of pictures of Eve and then trigger a bunch of people, including people in the media. It's like, hey, look at what I made today. This is awesome.
Well, is that your Croft that you should be?
I'll say this about the PS5 version when I played it.
Yeah.
The controls needed a little work, especially when you're trying to move carefully onto a platform.
Yeah.
But I've heard good things about the PC version. People seem to like the PC version. They seem to fix the controls.
Yeah, I wonder why, right, Marty?
Exactly. And that's probably where the next step is. I'd rather, honestly, I think I might skip out on this.
Probably, who knows? It probably does.
That's because computers are better than consoles. Yeah.
Well,
look at the mods. Unfortunately, I can't afford one yet.
Well, it's funny.
Look at the mods that they have done for Final Fantasy VII Rebirth for Tifa.
Yeah.
Okay.
I had to mod Tifa in the remake on PC.
You did.
I had to.
Yeah, but once again, always again, the whole problem with we can't make characters like but yeah, you'll happily show a man who's shirtless with his junk hanging out.
I wonder how many times I've made that argument.
Yeah, right.
The future of gaming is Uma
Musume
Musume Pretty Derby.
Well, again, I mean, the character does look kind of mannish. I mean, that is a woman. Looks like got beat with an
Look at these.
Look at this. I'm a chick magnet. Women want me. Look at this, man. I'll be willing to be I'll be sexualized. I'll be more than happy to be a sex object.
Loud and
I
proud.
am a sex symbol. You go.
I'm going to bring up a game. I know some people hate it. Some people like it. And for those of us who play it, we have a love-hate relationship with the game. But we can admit that some of the women that they have in the game look mighty nice, and that's Rivals.
Yep.
Oh, yeah. Rivals.
I haven't played it.
Oh.
Such a good game. So trash.
Do I have to be on
I can't stop
I
playing it.
haven't played
I
it.
can't stop playing it. I have a problem. It's so
It's
trash.
He's like, I can't. He's like, hands are shaking. You're right.
This game is trash. Hey Shane, you want to play it? Yeah, I want to play it.
Of course
Hey Mike, you want to play it? Yeah, I want to play it. Hey Steven, you want to play it? Oh great, you guys are coming in. Yep, we're coming in, Steven.
Yeah.
Game
Do I need to be
good. Hey, all I gotta sit back and say is Squirrel Girl has a great butt and great thighs. I wouldn't mind having a little bit of that feel.
They erased her booty in the new skin. They made her flat.
What?
Yeah, they gave her a flat ass.
Flat booty.
Okay, who do I have to sue? Okay, I am. That's it.
We need this kind of attention on AI, bro. Like,
does OJ's lawyer Collins, is he still out there? Can I get him? I mean, because Collins, he'd like to have a big round juicy booty. I'm sure OJ did. Come on, let's do it. Let's get a lawsuit going.
I'm just waiting for Google to slap a decent pair of tits on a dishwasher.
It's like,
and I'm gonna call it my wife.
but it's like I had said when I was watching Steven and Shane and Arwen play one time. Squirrel Girl's got that athletic body.
Yeah.
Okay.
And yes, contrary to what some people want to believe, there are women out there that have the athletic body.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
What?
I mean, that's one of the reasons why I watch ladies UFC.
Well, yeah, I mean, look what happens when you do that, though. Sydney Sweeney. I mean,
You want to bring that up? You want to bring up that American Eagle jeans ad that everybody's losing their crap about? At least everybody who is a red-blooded male that's going. That's nice.
Our red-blooded woman too. I'm sure there's a lot of them.
Everybody hates people only hate them because they ain't her. They only hate her because they ain't her.
Well, no, the ones that hate her is the hungry hippos.
Oh,
the girls on the View. They're the ones that don't know what don't know. Yeah, I mean, they changed their gender fluidly. It's like all those they're all confused.
Yes.
Take a look at that.
And they also got doxxed because they wanted to because that app they used to bash men that they don't like, or they want to just steer other people away from dating. It's just like, again, I think people are making that joke. It's like that silly little meme where a guy tries to hit on a girl, and then her very unattractive friend shows up and said she's not interested.
Yeah,
you are seriously.
It's always the fridge hoarding the snacks.
You're C blocking her. It's like I would just want her to say, don't you C block me, you bitch.
Hey,
pardon my language.
That I'm shocked. Well, that app, I was reporting myself on that app, putting all this stuff down about me. I started getting inundated with calls going, "Hey, you free? You free? You free?" It's like, whoa. Okay, that's what you need to do. You need to put yourself on that thing and tell about yourself on there. It's just like, just as long as you don't get the walruses and have to club them back.
I'd rather just hide away, because literally, like it says in my title, this is what I rather do with my free time. If you want to talk about it, that's cool. If you just want to talk about a certain type of novel as a chick, yeah, don't talk to me. In fact, stay as far away from me. In fact, stay about another stay as another continent as far away from me.
I don't know about anybody else, but I like playing Worm Digger. That's my pickup line. So, you want to play Worm Digger? Huh? Of course, that's about when I get slapped.
Again, I say...
There, getting slapped. Oh, jeez. The long suffering had to slap you again. Oh,
God, she does. I tell you. I mean, let me
guess. She slapped you, not just her cane, but your cane, too.
Yeah, mine's wood. I got some serious wood with that cane. I tell you what. But like Larry Fine, the one side, my one cheek is numb from being slapped so often. So it's like, okay, I know what it's like to be a Three Stooge.
Would that be considered a hurricane then?
Ooh! Oh, God, out of here! Out! Mike, get him out of here.
No.
There's room for dad jokes. There's room for dad jokes.
Yeah, dad jokes are the greatest things. One of my favorite things on the YouTube is they have aliens telling dad jokes, and it's absolutely hysterical.
I'll have to look for that. I've never looked for that. I've never seen it pop up on my feed.
Yeah, it's
I
like
have fallen in love with these AI Bigfoot videos.
Oh,
They are hilarious.
Oh god! Literally, I saw one of those. I think I literally saw a Bigfoot ad promoting some dumb product. The same type of ridiculous product that they keep peddling every single time.
Well, you want to know why? It's because these companies see that people are liking the AI videos with the Bigfoots and going, why don't we use one of them for our ads? Since that's the latest, greatest, hottest thing. It's happened for years, Jet. It happened.
Except
seriously, look, I thought the ads were people pretending to be real was stupid and it was unauthentic. But you're just not even hiding the fact that you were just like so desperate to get people to click on your obvious malware.
Well, of course they're desperate. People are turning away from all these products, so they're trying to bring people in. I mean, the people that are getting upset about Sydney Sweeney and the American Eagle ad. Why? Because we've had 10 years of the wokies saying this is inappropriate. You can't have this anymore. You can't have that anymore.
Once again, they only hate her because they ain't her.
Oh, they have to look at themselves, look in the mirror, and
but again, don't worry. The problem will sort itself out.
Hold on. I'm talking here.
Sorry.
They're not looking at themselves. They're seeing her and they're jealous. That's all it is. It's jealousy.
Basically, what I just said.
They aren't her.
Yeah.
I mean,
they don't want to be her. Obviously, if they did, they would work on improving themselves. But guess what?
Well,
they don't want to do that.
Well, this is the effect of the body positive movement.
Yep,
that's what it all is, and it's like when they have their when they're going out there with the T-shirt that says, "Honey, you're thinner than me, but you're not prettier than me." It's like, no, she's pretty too. I mean, excuse me, I don't have enough gasoline to talk to to drive so I can talk about you behind your back. Great Al Bundy joke. But the thing is also it's their personality, right? The ugliness, because you can have an overweight woman or a chubby woman or a BBW, and they exude confidence of their personality. They're not being body positive, but it's like, hey, this is me.
It's their personality. That's what appeals everybody to any one of us is our personality.
Right, exactly.
The fat positivity movement is actually dying right before people's eyes. Like these fat influencers that were so popular 4 years ago, they've been dropping dead for like 4 years.
Yeah, I was just going to sit back and say that the body positive people, they're dropping one by one. You beat me to it, man.
They really are. They're
all dying. I was going to say, unfortunately, there's a lot of truth to that.
Yeah.
I mean,
diabetes. Did you say diabetes? I can't remember if you said diabetes.
Shoving your mouth full of food constantly while on the internet is not a healthy life decision.
No, well, I make sure. I make sure the camera.
And you have these sick dudes that really like those disgusting fat people that will just cheer these people on to the grave.
What I do in my free time is my business, okay?
But here's the thing. You even see the influencers who go to fast food restaurants to try the latest, greatest thing, and then you find out that they've had some medical issues related to it, or they passed away, unfortunately, because of it.
Yep. Yeah, I mean, I understand we're not supposed to tell people what to eat and this and that and so on, but when people are complaining about I'm not healthy, why am I not feeling better? And so they get mad at Sydney Sweeney, they get mad at other people, they get mad at it's just people. Look at what happened with Victoria's Secret. They were like, okay, we're going to go in this pandering direction. Well, it made them lose a lot of money.
Yeah.
Not the best. And I think if you have a clothing company, show everybody. You can show attractive women or women who think that are attractive. Show other people, bigger women. You can have all kinds of stuff. But what they do is they say
Hugh
this
Jackman
is wrong.
In the Speedo only.
Right,
exactly.
And the
weird thing
the Hugh Jackman in the Speedo thing again.
It's the other thing that we always found weird was the one with the girl with vitiligo. So a skin condition that's so rare that again, they want to try to peddle that and say, oh yeah, there are totally a lot of women who look like this. No, they are probably the most rarest people on earth with that skin condition.
It's almost like, for all the coexist bumper stickers you see on cars, and I've seen my share.
I've seen my share where I live too.
Yeah.
You got to reconfigure that in your head, what it means to coexist. Like, you can still say, vitiligo's not people. It's funny where people's lines are drawn. Like, everybody will agree, F cancer. Okay?
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
Everyone will agree with that. But when it comes to certain physical conditions, it's like you can still say there's a good, there's a better, and there's a best. And you can still point out, like, no, we don't want you having vitiligo. That's not ideal. But if you have something like that or any other affliction, you can still see the value in that person. Going back to Barron's point about personality.
Right.
Like, when it comes to like this notion of body positivity, the elephant in the room is nobody wants to hurt. Everyone wants to have their safe space, but they do it at the expense of the safe space of others. Going back to my original point about crime and punishment, because the question has to be asked, where does freedom begin and where does freedom end? And by that, I mean, when does it become a violation of the other's freedom?
Exactly.
Well, when you speak about the coexist, stupidest bumper sticker there is, because a lot of those symbols would kill each other if they had to have a chance.
Yes, exactly. We know. We know two of them are fighting each other currently.
Yeah. So the thing is when you see that, don't see coexist, see comply. That's what it is. You have to comply to us. You don't have a choice.
Put the sunglasses on. Yep.
You have to think like us.
I'd rather live by infinite diversity, infinite combinations.
Right. Which, of course, the current Star Trek has. Yeah, you know what, Mike? How the hell do you get a half Klingon, half Jem'Hadar? Answer me that.
I can answer you that because on Deep Space Nine they even said there are no female Jem'Hadar.
Yeah. But the
Jem'Hadar are bred purely as male.
Yeah. That Jem'Hadar is half Klingon.
But
what do you do? Did you have a Klingon jack off?
That was during the war, though. They could have changed that. They know how to breed them still.
I know they know how to breed them, Spock, but still, if you go by actual Star Trek canon, the Jem'Hadar are warriors.
But in that canon, they were during a war, and they were made by the help me out here.
But Spock. Yeah. Even bore the war started, the Jem'Hadar were male.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Because male are the strongest in combat.
Exactly.
But they're not in combat anymore. They've aligned themselves.
We don't know. We don't know what's happened in the Gamma Quadrant since Deep Space Nine.
They
could have gone at war.
They
may have lost the Dominion War, but you don't know what species they might have run into in the Gamma Quadrant that stood up to them and had them create their fleet of ships again and create more Jem'Hadar.
If you don't like that, that's okay. But I personally like what Star Trek Online did. They said that when Dominion War ended, the Dominion and the Federation became like one.
Spock, Star Trek Online isn't official canon. They have to go by. They have to go by what CBS tells them to go by because they have the license for the game, but it's not official canon.
We still like Star Trek Continues, and it's not canon.
Of course, it's not. It's fan made.
Okay,
that's interesting when it comes to
Star
the
Trek
issue
Online
of
is
canon.
fan made too.
Yes,
I think in many ways there's the upside and the danger of not having the strong figurehead to say, "All right, guys, shut your disputes, and this is canon, and this is not." And this is why I make the joke. Thank God
there used to be. His name was Gene Roddenberry.
If we get too rigid, though, with certain things, we can't let things change. Like with Ferengi, they should never change. They should still look greedy and have the big lobes, so that never had an excuse.
Absolutely.
But same for Klingons. But I really don't see it being a gigantic stretch that Jem'Hadar can be bred as females. It's like they were only used for males during the war because they're the strongest. But when you're in a different society that doesn't require constant war, They think about
What-
different things.
Were they
happened-
truly male? Were they truly male, or were they technically asexual because there was just a one gender creature, never meant
That's a
to
good question.
reproduce?
No, I don't know,
So
but I know that
you-
they were
you
definitely
basically-
bred
It was
by
a-
the.
So
It was
that's
a
what we're looking
mistake.
at, actually. And what you
The-
have now is that you had a Klingon jack off into a petri dish, making a half Hadar, half Klingon, overweight creature, is that would neither be Klingon nor Jem'Hadar, because would not pass any of the fitness programs either would have, or probably even Starfleet. So I mean, keep your Klingons away from petri dishes if they feel like knocking one off. You know.
I still do not understand why the heck in one of those newer Star Trek shows that there's somebody who actually is walking around who's actually in a wheelchair. It makes no sense. Like, again, like, haven't they cured almost every disease in the 24th century? It's like Star Trek Discovery is like later in the timeline. It's like
Star Trek has come up with a way as to why certain species are in a wheelchair because of the difference in the gravity, the low G environment. There was a character on Deep Space Nine who had to use a wheelchair because of the gravity on the station being different from her planet.
And didn't she also have like an exoskeleton thing so she could walk?
Yeah, but wouldn't that? What this is the 23rd century, so wouldn't that like
24th
that wheelchair or
24th
24th century? Yeah, so 24th century, wouldn't that thing like hover or something, and not like at least I think in the Orville, at least when like Alara,
it was on wheels.
Oh.
It probably would have been too expensive in the 90s to create an effect to have the wheelchair hover.
So if I understand, and I think there's a point for me anyway, on my personal level, all good things must come to an end. So in my mind, Star Trek ended with Voyager. Like, okay, I could have gotten down with Enterprise, but then again, I was so enwrapped in my view of Bakula as like, dude, that's a homeboy from Quantum Leap. But I just find, maybe I'm wrong, but it appears as though the installments of Star Trek have been going backwards in time rather than forwards. And so going back to my point about lack of creativity, come on, people, give me something good. Give me something to be excited about. Right? So
give me something that truly takes place sometime after the end of the Dominion War and Voyager got back to the Alpha Quadrant. Not what we got with Picard. A true set foot.
I'm sorry. I'm so very, very sorry.
But once sorry.
We clearly need Pedro Pascal as the next captain.
No!
No! The future is Pedro. The future is vote for Pedro. The future is Pedro. Does Pedro have
Pedro?
Oops! I don't know what happened.
You get Pedro soap opera. You get a Pedro game show.
Praise be to you, Lord Pacific. Praise be to you. We did not need that. Oh God! The heretic's back.
Hey, Napoleon Dynamite would be for that.
That's not the same Pedro.
That's not the same Pedro, man. The real Pedro gets protection. The other Pedro,
not creepy closeted Mandalorian Pedro or Joel Pedro. Not him.
Oh, he's definitely creepy. If you have to rub up all over a woman just to go do an interview,
you saw that too, did you?
Yeah.
Again, the man's a creep, and we all know. And we all
it's anxiety, man. Come on, man.
What's wrong with
He
that?
pays two women to follow him around for quote unquote anxiety.
I know, dude. It's just
And Anonymous, if you have time, invite links pinned to the top if you want to come on, brother.
They won't try to cancel him, the drones and the other people, because he fits that narrative, man.
Well, talk about putting yourself in a closet. If that's trying to flex a thing about himself, because the scuttlebutt I get is, he's on that part of the spectrum, if you know what I mean. But he's kind of camouflaging it, or it's a bad attempt at camouflaging it, because I had a housemate who was around Hollywood, and he would say, "You know that so and so is actually gay, right?" I'm like, oh, I didn't know.
Well, they all are. All of Hollywood's gay. Come on,
even Liberace's gay. Heck, even there's always a lot of like. Hell, you will not believe all the damn like.
Where the hell do you get off saying Liberace is gay? He was one of the most manliest men who had so much underwear tossed at him. How dare you? How dare you? Now you're going to tell me Rock Hudson was gay. Look at that manly man.
I know Liberace's gay. I mean, who loved him?
It's funny.
Oh, God. Barrett is what are those Gen Zers call it now? Triggered.
Oh,
I'm triggered. I'm so triggered. Now you're going to tell me that John Travolta and Tom Cruise are closeted in the Scientology closet. You know what I'm saying?
That's not out of the realm of possibility. I mean, why do you think his marriage to Katie Holmes failed?
Well, that's funny you mentioned it. So we're saying that the dudes at South Park were more prophetic than we want to admit.
Oh man. But I know they're going back to the whole idea that they're still going back to the whole idea of nobody is safe. Nobody's safe from their wrath.
Yeah, but they do. South Park does still get cheap and stupid and really weird.
Yes, they do. They do.
You know, they just recycled that joke with Trump. I mean, it can work. I'm not.
Yeah, I mean, it worked with Saddam Hussein, but still.
Yeah, in a couple weeks we're going to be doing the episode about me.
But Mr. Garrison was the analog for him already.
Right, and I thought they put more time into that than what they've done with this. All they did was.
Well, like with a lot of things, like I soured off on South Park after maybe the 5th or 6th season when I saw like they introduced people like Towley. Like, I don't know, man. I don't know.
I don't personally care for the Christmas food, but that's just me. Tally.
Oh, what? Hey, you know that is Greg Gutfeld's favorite character on South Park is Mr. Hanky.
I'm going to ask everybody a question. What would Brian Boitano do?
What's that?
What would Brian Boitano do?
That was Prime South Park to me.
I don't know. Anonymous, how you doing? What would Brian Boitano do, Anonymous?
A line of Coke?
Brian Boitano was in the house fighting grizzly bears. He used his magical fire breath and saved the maiden's fair. So what would Brian Boitano do if he were here today? I'm sure he'd kick an ass or two. That's what Brian Boitano would do.
Okay, Jeff, calm down.
I don't want to get a copyright claim.
Sorry.
Yeah, right.
Well, it's funny because I only came back to South Park on loose occasions, like watching the Pandaverse, which I thought wasn't as good as the Streaming Wars special they did. I find Streaming Wars to be the better special, only because that was more intelligently done than Pandaverse. But it's like there's only so much. Like I checked out of a lot of things. Simpsons. I'm sorry, you're no longer funny after season whatever. I stopped.
Yeah, you could say after season 9. I know there was like again, I know that season 13 episode with New Boys on the Bleach with NSYNC as a cameo. That was a pretty okay episode, but I know most people would say Simpsons stopped being good after like season 9, or more specifically the episode the Principal and the Popper.
Well, I mean, with Matt Groening coming out, graining, whatever you want to call it. And running his mouth about politics, I just don't think it's really the best idea. But they can say what they want, but they have to understand that not everybody is going to agree with their politics.
Tell that to the actor that played Ben Grimm in Fantastic Four: First Steps. He said if he had the power that Bane has, he would throw every fascist up into orbit.
Oh
God.
Oh God. Well, that's a funny thing about the wild west of the interwebs, where access is no longer valued like it once was.
Yeah, I mean, nerds were the ones who mostly used the internet. Everyone else just watched TV, and now everyone is like losing their. Everyone has access to the internet now,
cell
and everyone's
phone.
lost their minds. Yep, and cell phones.
Well,
The internet wasn't accessible to most people before the
That's
cell
correct.
phones.
And even when I was going through the beginnings of the internet becoming mainstream, I still wanted to tune into fill in the blank talk show, because even that info, like digging up dirt on Jessica Alba, was a premium in that time period. Like, especially when I was channel flipping and I was like, oh, who's that cute girl? I may not care about the freaking dolphin, but she's not bad looking. And then finding out she was on Dark Angel. Like,
Awesome
who's
show.
she? Oh, Jessica Alba?
Show, yeah,
And
Jessica Alba, yeah.
Did you say Dark Angel?
For the Emperor! For the Emperor!
Different Dark Angel.
Not that Dark Angel.
God.
Dark Angel and
Everything
Jessica
is-
Alba.
Barrett, everything is not Warhammer. God.
Warhammer's like, hey,
and
heretic.
go ahead and crucify me if you want to. I like Jessica Alba, Sue Storm, and the first Fantastic Four movie.
Yes, I did too. I grew up
liked
watching.
it a
That was
lot.
the right age when that movie came
those-
out.
Once you find out about, oh, this is really okay, this actually follows a lot of the comic, you're like, oh shit, okay.
Well, I'm just saying, because we're taking for granted the access to info we have now. Even with the internet becoming mainstream in the early aughts, like, you still felt like the info you got was premium, and then talk shows were still valuable, where you want to know the up-to-date stuff about Phantom Menace, you tuned into a sane, at the time, Rosie O'Donnell, because I think that's
Or
where
like you watch Entertainment Tonight or Inside Edition.
Exactly. Now with all of people's lives being on fill in the blank social media outlet, it's what's the value in what they give us. Now we're at a point where we're questioning everything that comes out of their mouth.
Yeah, exactly. We know they share too much about themselves on social media. They're everywhere, and I know the Gen Z celebrities coming up are like they're taking advantage of the fact. I don't know, and their main audience are all in the same age group as them, and they're just we all know they're just showering them with praise as well. But yeah, I know we know some people like Jenna Ortega and her co-star on Wednesday, Emma Myers. They're just sharing who they are to the whole world. We all know that. Same thing with even like. God, I hate mentioning her name, but I don't even think she's even.
Are you talking about Ziegler? You're about to say Ziegler?
No, not Ziegler. I'm talking about Billie Eilish.
She's this. She's not been as annoying as she was before.
Oh,
she's the woman. She's not Irish. She's the one. Sorry. Go ahead, Brent. Go ahead, Brent. I'm sorry.
She's the woman with the big tits that looks like she's all strung out on heroin all the time.
Yeah. She dressed like street trash, and she's a pretentious white girl, and pretending like she's
calm down,
she's on the street.
Calm down,
man. It's okay.
Sorry.
It's gonna be
Mine
all
was
right,
funnier.
man.
Mine was funnier.
Well,
big boobs is strung out on heroin. It's funny.
Yeah, she looks like she's on. She also kind of sounds like she's on heroin too. Maybe
not on heroin. She's Irish. She drinks a lot.
That's right.
At least
I highly doubt she's Irish. I highly doubt that.
Well, I can't verify.
It's as though these people want privacy, but they're giving up themselves at every tap of their phone screen, right?
Yeah, exactly.
Oh, they're the best. That's why it's so funny with the Kate and not Kate, but
respect my privacy.
There it is.
Yeah.
Respect my privacy.
Harry and Meghan.
Meghan Markle. Respect that privacy. Respect that privacy.
That was hilarious. They got so mad too. They're like, they wanted to cancel South Park. Look,
you and literally
even if
every
you
person
criticize the skits and stuff, and people want to defend it to the death, it seems like some of this other media. it doesn't matter because we're not people that want to cancel that stuff. So if we criticize South Park or Simpsons or whatever, we don't want anybody to cancel anything.
Yeah,
But we have the right to trash it if we want to. So, you know.
Yeah, but that's the whole point. That's kind of the whole point, though. I mean, but sometimes the jokes are even funnier when the person they're lampooning is in on the joke. I think it's even funnier.
Exactly.
Oh yeah.
Like when Matt Damon said, "I would love to work with them," you know, with after the Team America.
Matt Damon.
Matt Damon. That was great.
And Film Actors Guild was so appropriate. That was even when I watched it, that was ingenious. Like, wow, something so small can mean so much.
Yes. That's the nature of it.
But I think the whole thing about access, it's almost created a lack of value for talk shows, even late night, especially now. What's the value of late night TV, especially since they pivot from what late night talk show used to be? So if I may ask Janet from another planet, since I don't mean to bank on your appearance, but you might have seen your share of Johnny Carson and the like.
Put him away, Baron. Put him away.
How you doing, Janet? It's been a while since
Janet.
Yeah.
How are you?
Doing
good. Those guns.
Like it. Got the guns out. You know, gotta make sure. You know, show off how my body work there. What do you think, Janet? Huh? Pretty cool there, huh?
Yeah.
Lucky dig 6
I like that. Well, yeah, I love that. Suck it in your guts, everybody. There's a lady here.
I hope you're doing well tonight, Janet.
I'm doing good. It's hot outside.
I bet.
Well, it's hot in here now.
It's 102 outside right now. So
yeah, it's terrible where I'm at, but it's only 90 here right now.
Oh,
it's cooled down a little bit, but
that's good.
Yeah, I haven't bothered to fix my hair because it just goes geek.
It looks good. Don't worry about it.
I got it pulled up, but yeah, I've got chickens, so I'm having to go out a lot and make sure they have water and stuff.
Oh, gotcha.
Yeah,
I only got to hear a little bit of what you guys were talking about, so I'm sorry.
No, it was just.
Don't worry. Sorry about.
It's just topsy-turvy nature of the interwebs and how that's affected everything else.
Toxic masculinity.
And
I don't think there's anything wrong with that. I think men should be toxic.
Well, you come to the right place.
Well, I mean, I just wish people could just not try to force their point of view on other people.
Exactly.
You know? Just let you be yourself, and either you like that person or you don't. I mean, it's that simple. That's how it used to be when I was growing up.
That's how it used to be, but people take things very personal. You make fun of even the new Superman movie, Janet, and somebody gets mad about it.
Yeah, but see, I grew up a nerd. I got picked on in school. Right. So, you know, I think that's the problem is the people that never got picked on at all. They think now that they're better than others, so that they got to stand up for other people, but they wouldn't stand up for me. You see what I mean? They only stand up for the real
always one way, not the other. Yeah.
Well, that's funny because I started, you know, I've been inundated with Facebook Reels, and there is this discussion point about nerd culture being acceptable to almost welcomed. I don't know when that happened, but I hear people say, I like nerding out on this and nerding out on that. Like, when did that become a thing? Like, I noticed
when Iron Man got made.
Oh,
no. Yeah, when the event, I think it was more.
Yeah, I think it was Big Bang Theory. I didn't really know before then.
And then what you got there was the trendy nerds. They're not really nerds; they're trendy. Oh, it's so cool!
Yes, they are the trendy nerds. The people who liked. Who loved Harley Quinn. I mean, when Suicide Squad 2016 came out, every girl wanted to be Harley Quinn for Halloween.
But that was sexy, not because she was a nerd. That's the difference.
Exactly.
Just because you're a hot babe that all the guys are drooling over and you go and you put on a shirt that has Batman on it or the Joker, does that make you a nerd? No. It just means it's trendy to dress like a nerd, just like a person that might wear a Shea Rivera shirt or Charlie Manson shirt. they fit into a genre and they think that's what's cool. It's
But
not.
see,
so much
even
that-
for me,
they
Harley
won't play
Quinn.
Dungeons and Dragons. You see what I mean? They're
Yeah.
not in the. I have a group of people that when I talk about playing, role playing games, they're like, "What is it?" And I try to tell them. They're like, "Ooh, that's cool. That was on that TV series or whatever." I'm trying to remember the name of it.
Big Bang.
And they're like, "What do you do?"
No,
And then when I
Stranger
tell them
Things.
about it, they're like, "Oh,
Stranger Things.
they're
both.
not interested." Yeah, Stranger Things.
Mm.
So they're not really
Freaks and
interested in being nerdish. They just want to act cool, like they understand what nerds are. That kind
Well,
of thing.
they don't understand. Like it's like Phil's talking about wedgie, please, dude. You couldn't give anybody a wedgie if you tried, Phil. Anyways, no, but really, it's just what it is. Also, people just need to learn to stand up for themselves and so on. So, it's just that's another thing that we've lost within these generations coming up. Is like parents need to teach their kids how to stand up for themselves. You'll get more respect.
Kids are
after
wimps.
that. Yeah, you gotta stand up for yourself. Things that like we were involved in, if we were around people that smoked weed most of the time and talked about shows or didn't talk about shows or went to parties or didn't go to parties or whatever, things were always seemed to be exciting, Janet, or around the time, at least, the 90s and the 80s, like when I was growing up, and even the early 2000s, there was always excitement. Now there's just, people are just like, how dare you not have the same opinion as me, which is really funny to me. And then they get mad and then they don't want to talk to you anymore. And it's hilarious.
Yeah, but when someone says that to me, I say, well, you don't have the same opinion as me, so what does that make you?
Right.
And then they just go, ugh, and they leave. So
do you know how much weed Cash Money stole from those parties? I mean, you just go in there, steal a bunch of weed,
I just went in
out
there,
the door
like,
running.
I'll help myself. No, but
yeah.
You gotta wait till like
It-
1 o'clock in the morning, so everybody's just all stoned and high and drunk.
But yeah, it's just. But even when you want to see a premiere and you're like, oh, Star Wars, the special edition. Oh, it's coming to the Chinese Man Theater or whatever. Oh, cool. And there's so many people doing this, wanting to wait in line or whatever. But yeah, things like the Big Bang, and if you like it or don't like it, like it does cause a lot of trendies. And so I know what nerd culture is, and it's like, do you? So
they don't read comic books.
No.
They don't go to Comic-Con. They don't do.
Right.
They just don't.
Not ever
They
going
don't
to
understand what that is. And when they see you do it, they're like, they want to act like they care, but they don't. They really don't.
Yeah, and I think the person. Sorry, go ahead.
These people hold books upside down and pretend they're intellectuals.
Well, it's like the ones that go out there and they're wearing the cool band T-shirts where there's Metallica, Black Sabbath, AC/DC, and all that. And you ask them, well, can you name 3 other songs? And they can't. Well, it's the same thing when they put the geek stuff on. It's like they got the Flash logo on there. But it's Flash Gordon. You ask, yeah, I was told it was Flash, man.
Right. That's why I only wear the shirts of the characters and titles I do know. Like, I may have been gifted a few things from my Geek Fuel subscription of yore. Like, I wouldn't be caught dead with a Wonder Woman t-shirt, but it did come part of my subscription, so it's there. But
you wear it every day.
Yeah, but speaking of which, sorry, go ahead.
Oh, sorry. Well, I was just going to say my Wonder Woman shirt is just great. But, I got big enough boobs that it actually works. So,
yeah. Well, unfortunately, coming from a lot of people who I know who are absolute normies, just the fact that that someone I know says that I'm a gamer. Oh, they just gave me this random thing, and they say, my little brother's a gamer. He might like this. Yeah. My sister got me a damn Street Fighter t-shirt. I never even played Street Fighter. I don't even like it. I like Mortal Kombat more and Soul Calibur.
It's fine. Yeah.
No, it's all good. But see, that's
I know it's the thought. I know it's the thought that counts. But come on.
But that goes back to a question I've been posing in the back of my mind. What's one's identity? I know someone pointed out a very specific definition of a nerd versus geek, and I don't know if that's been aired out.
Yeah, I think but here's what I think where the differentiate is from. A nerd is a person who's very intellectual and likes to be analytical about stuff. The people who are the mathematicians, the people who get into the really nitty-gritty technical stuff about things. And a geek is someone who expresses their love for a certain franchise. There's the major difference between a geek and a nerd.
I thought a geek
Aaron,
was
would
the
you like
person in the
to
freak
chime
show.
in?
I was going to say, I thought a geek was the guy in the freak show that bit chicken's head off. Sorry about that, Janet. I'm sorry, Janet. I know you got the chickens.
Free.
But I do know that you do go out there and yell at them going, you know what you all are? You're chicken. You're all chicken. I know you do that, Janet. There's
nobody calls me chicken.
I just want to ask how you guys behead your chickens. You want to act all haughty.
Factory do it.
Well, actually,
not a factory beheaded.
Well, I'm a nerd. I go to con. I dress up. I was an Andorian when I got the autograph from Christopher Lloyd, and William Shatner for
That's
my.
cool.
I got a journal, and it was they both autographed it for me, and I was the only Andorian there. So you know,
I'm sure they appreciate it. Somebody in a
but the
costume.
thing is, I like it, and I don't care if anybody doesn't like it. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
I've always
And that's what should matter. As long as you like it, who cares?
Yeah,
you look great
if
as
you're
a
a real
nerd.
nerd. If you're a real nerd, and you don't care, you're not into the cosplay stuff. You should still respect and appreciate those people who do.
Exactly.
Right.
You know, I would never down. I mean, you won't catch me dressing up in anything.
Right. I don't think I could. I would never cosplay,
anyway.
but if there's any characters I would want to cosplay as, it's Blade.
I think it's cool. These people go out and dress up and go to cons and they do their costumes like really well, and it's like, man, that I can give some respect for that.
Yeah, but also like you said, some cosplayers don't even know what the heck they're cosplaying as. They just think
I
it's
will never
cool.
respect Furry Con.
God.
That's the furry.
God. And bronies. Dear God, the
bronies.
bronies.
There's a special place in hell for them.
Yes, Barry, on that we agree.
But have
unless it's
all of you
Apocalypse
been
Pony.
to a con before?
What's that again?
All of you gotten to go to a con?
When I would go
I've
to
been to a
Star
few.
Trek conventions, I would wear the red tunic, Next Generation uniform with the captain's pits, get a pair of black slacks, and a pair of black shoes. And cosplay as a Starfleet officer. I had my Playmates tricorder, my Playmates Type 2 phaser and on my hips, and I was ready to go. I had the combat too.
Oh, hell! I had a couple of Star Trek. I actually gave one to Master Paul because there's no way I could fit into it. The third season Next Generation uniform, but I also got the Monster Maroon. I'm keeping that. But I can't fit in that either. But I wore Starfleet costumes all the time out there because I was part of a Star Trek club, and we were technically a quote unquote starship, the USS Zarak, part of the Starfleet International. So, I was from coast to coast wearing my Starfleet uniform, from Seattle to Summers in North Carolina, Winston-Salem area. So. Yeah, I mean, I know exactly what it's like. I never won in any contests, but it's fun. It's fun. The funniest thing is, went to this thing in St. Paul in one of the little theaters. They had this whole special thing where they were going to show commercials, the bloopers, and some other stuff related around the original series Star Trek. And so dressed up in the Starfleet uniform. And I'm in the parking garage, and this old man comes up to me, and he starts asking for directions. Do you know where this is? And I said, I'm sorry. He said, I don't know. He steps back for a moment, takes a look at me in my Star Trek uniform, and goes, "Oh, I'm sorry. I thought you were the bellboy."
That's interesting.
Hey, kid, go give me a pack of cigarettes.
And it's good to see you, Kathy McSkywalker, Jedi Master Viganobi. Good to see you, Kathy. Hope you're doing well.
Wow, that's a mouthful. Wow. Whew.
Well, that's interesting because how we each view the definition of nerd will be different. Like, I like nerding out on stuff, but I don't fit in most profiles. I hate to say, maybe because that's psychological from my point of view, where I don't cross that whatever line I put before myself. Like, I like a good sci-fi flick, but I just felt like I've grown past dressing up. You know what I mean? Because to me, that's equated to like Halloween in my mind. I could be wrong, but I like my metal, but I will not go down that path or that line where I'll start sporting Metallica shirts like my friend does. I like a good metal track or two. I like good metal bands, but I'm not a metalhead. So I guess you can say I'm an equal opportunity nerd in that my nerdum is into different spaces where some people can paint me as a poser because I don't go the full length, if you will. I'm sorry.
I've been hurt by me being a nerd. I have on my profile right now on X, it says, I'm just an all-American woman. I love comics and Star Trek. And I have, this on there. And I was been on there about almost 2 years longer than my sister. And I have 12,000 followers. She signed up 2 years after me and she has 20-something thousand. So, but she just has sexy, funny stuff that she does in jokes and things like that. But see, I actually post nerd stuff, things that I make with my crafts and things like that, or my Star Trek stuff, or my, other things, my shows about girl, guy in a movie. And I dress up and we do, talk about movies. And it hurts me. People don't want to, follow me. That's fine. But I still put it on my profile because that's who I am, and either people like me or they don't. Right. And I'm happy with that. I have no problem with it. But
you shouldn't, Kathy. You're comfortable with who you are, and if anybody has a problem with that, well, that's on them. Let's be honest.
But what I'm saying is, if you're going out there to get something, subscribers or whatever else, and you're doing content about something you don't really give a shit about, over time, it's going to become boring and you're not going to be happy with it. I only make content that I want to make. And if I don't make buku dollars, it's no big deal to me because that's not why I did it. I did it for myself. So, it just depends on what you're doing it for. You know what I mean?
You're doing it to make you happy and stuff. It's just like if you're going to invest
because of it.
If you're going to invest in if you're going to invest in cosplay and stuff, you shouldn't not just wear it one time because it's expensive, especially.
I make most of my stuff.
Right.
I sew.
So. Time and effort, money. Yeah, I mean, it's a lot of investment in doing the cosplay stuff out there. And
getting the pattern for the different costumes and throwing it all together and making sure.
But I don't just do Star Trek. I've done Rock Your Picture Show. I go to like horror cons and I do whatever it is that I'm into or what I want to do. That's what I do. It doesn't witches, sorceress, any of those things. It's not just
because whenever you're advertising a girl, a guy in a movie, and depending on what movie it is you're advertising, you'll be dressed up for the part.
Well, for a theme of the movie or a character from the movie. That's what I try to do. But because, a lot of the girls are way younger than me, and I'm not going to try to dress up like one of them. I'm just waiting to get to use my bald wig. I want to do, something where I can be bald. That's going to be fun.
You need to start
that's Atari.
Yeah, well, I mean,
Atari.
Yeah, but I have to wait till some point the movies. So.
At some point, the Adventure Continues is going to cover Star Trek: The Motion Picture, and you could always come on as Lieutenant Ilia.
That's one of the reasons why I did it, because I'm wanting to make her costume, her with the high collar, and it'll be really fun. So we'll see.
Yeah.
Beeger.
Beeger.
We'll see what happens, but I just love it. I like seeing if I can do it. Like when I dressed up as a character from what was the name of that movie with Harrison Ford? Blade Runner. And I dressed up as the part that Daryl Hannah dressed up as, and did the best I could, to dress as, and it was fun. you know, we had a good time and we talked about the movie, and it was a lot of fun. But that's part of the fun, is seeing if you can do it, you know, if you can achieve something. And I just enjoy doing it. And like this Halloween, I'm going to try to be Elvira. I'm going to try to dress. I ordered a wig and everything when I went to Vegas, and hopefully I can try to do that. But, you know.
Did you order the boobs too?
I didn't have to order those.
I was going to say, be nice.
just-
Hey, this is just Janet here. This
But,
is Janet.
yeah, but the thing is that, you know, you shouldn't. I try to do that a lot. I try to tell people, just if you don't want to do it, don't let people bully you into it, doing something you don't want to do. Because eventually you won't enjoy it anymore.
No.
I mean, I've had people approach me and say, hey, you know, we love what you're doing. We'd love to help you with your shows and do this, that, and the other. And I'm like, well, what do you want from me? You know, they start saying, well, we'll expect this, that. And I was like, never mind. I'm not interested.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah, Mike told me to F off when I tried that with him. So,
well, I mean, I've said it multiple times. There are topics that we will talk about on Pop Talk, which we have, and then there are other topics. It's like, I'm not knowledgeable on this. Baron might have some knowledge, but you know, if it's something that we don't really know about, we don't really follow, we don't really care about, we're not going to cover it.
Yeah, well, it's been kind of like lately. It's like, oh, here's an article that was submitted by Cash, and he's the one that can talk about. We don't know anything. And Cash, where are you, Cash? And it's like we're left with the story going, what the hell do we do now? We caught the car. We're like the dogs that caught the car. What do we do with it? You know?
Yeah, well, it was like that Ted Lasso article.
Oh yeah,
I was thinking, okay, Ted Lasso season 4. Cash is a fan of that show. He can give Baron and I the lowdown. So I'm reading. Yeah. I'm going. I have no idea. I have no idea what I'm talking about.
What happened with
Cash Money?
What happened with Ted Lasso is like a lot of shows. They basically made him the bitch. He didn't get to be with Rebecca, which made a lot of sense. And it wasn't just the political stuff in there, but he goes back. Spoiler alert, whatever. He goes back and he then wants to be close to his kid. Okay, but then he doesn't get to be with his wife. So it's like, is he going to be cucked? That's how I felt about it, Janet. And I didn't like the writing of the last season. I thought it was very weak.
Gosh.
Yeah.
You know what was great about that story, Cash? It had an ending.
Cutting corners.
That's right.
Like they were trying to save a few dollars. And the reason they do that, it seems like in every single really good show, it's worse and worse as it goes. And the reason is, this is one of the reasons. When you have, let's say, 8 people, you know, that are interacting and they're all stars, right? Well, they're making $1 million an episode. That's $8 million every episode that they have to pay this person to be in it. So as time goes by, they got to make cuts somewhere, and it's not going to be the actors.
Right, exactly.
Over time, it dwindles down on the writing, and it ends up almost always going to the writing and editing and that kind of thing. And the story gets worse and worse.
Unless you're Stephen Colbert.
It's so hard to get a couple monkeys in the room to write this shit.
Well,
like Stephen Colbert.
It's just like season 1. They had something really going for Arcane. We watched it with a few people, and then season 2, it just started falling apart.
I can't get through season 2.
Matter.
I've
tried. Can't even get through it. And so it was the same with Ted Lasso. You had season 2 that seemed to be good. Then they started going down the political route. Okay, why is this politics here? Okay, so there's one negative. Then -2 for season 3 was, we've got this relationship with Keeley and this woman. And it doesn't, we know she's bi. They established that in the first season, fine, but this relationship's not very interesting. And so a lot of people were saying that. Then there's -2. Then -3 was, Lasso and Rebecca can't be together, but she gets to be with this. It doesn't make sense. Why are we going in this direction? And so they just keep ruining the show. And so now we are getting a season 4, and it's just
liable for burning investors' money.
Exactly.
Well, that just goes back to my point about marketing having gone down the tubes when we talked about Sydney Sweeney.
Right.
When I look at a piece of clothing with my 8 senses, I don't know. I'm very utilitarian when it comes to my clothes. I don't really pay attention to who's the model representing that piece of clothing. I don't know about Janet when she buys her clothes nowadays. What would be the draw? A good picture on a billboard, or what would get you to buy a new piece of clothing if you had to go hunt for a piece of clothing, Janet, if you don't mind our asking?
Well, it would depend. I mean, I might be cooking and look over and I see the little monitor and it shows a commercial and it shows a shirt or a scarf or something, it catches my eye. It's not going to be so much the person wearing it. It might be the music that gets me to turn and look. See, it could be, that's what I'm saying. It's different for everyone. But if I see something I really like, I'll say, and then I might go look it up and see how much it cost or whatever and how hard it would be to get it.
Yeah, it's
Well, you're a weight class younger than I am.
If your foot hurts and you're like, damn, I need to get some new shoes, you start looking around for a new pair of shoes to work out in or whatever it is that you need. But usually I don't just, like me, I bought a truck, but it took me 2 years to finally pick out the exact one I wanted. But I looked for price, safety, lots of different things. I'm not a spur of the moment person. I don't just see something and go, I have to have it and go buy it.
Well,
I'm very frugal and cheap.
American Eagle did something smart.
Yes.
They put themselves back in the zeitgeist of the culture with those advertisements. Those advertisements aren't meant for, they're meant for men also, but they're meant for people to talk. They're not meant just to sell clothes. They're meant to get their name back out there because everybody's talking. It's controversy. It's a good what do you call it? PR. It's bad PR, good PR. It doesn't matter. It's still PR. And
get someone to click on it. That's all it takes.
Adam Moss, you're absolutely full of crap. I don't know.
You know I am. Why do you got to point it out?
Yeah, I point out because I don't care what you say. Yeah, I saw that Sydney Sweeney American Eagle commercial. It had nothing to do with me running out and grabbing a bunch of pairs of jeans to have in my collection. Now it had nothing to do with it at all. Not a thing.
Not a thing.
Not a thing.
Full of closet full of jeans and jean jackets and jeans and more jeans and on top of jeans.
Because I wanted those good jeans, man.
Yes, you wanted the good
Well,
jeans.
when I was younger, I may not have bugged my parents to get me a Crossfire toy at the side of the commercial, but that commercial, I still remember the key moments in that commercial to this day. Especially when at the end the guy goes, yeah, and then of course the jingle, Crossfire, and I still remember that. It may not have drawn my parents to buy me that toy, but there's nothing generating that kind of buzz anymore. Like when Cash, you were explaining Ted Lasso season 4, apparently they don't know how to create a cliffhanger making you want to go watch the next episode. Apparently not.
They make a whole season to make you not want to watch the next.
Right. Season. They have something good going, and then they start squandering it, and other people see this. It's the same with all this stuff. That's why people, I guess, they just really are mad. Like, how dare you make fun of this, and how dare it's like you guys just accept everything. That's fine, but I don't. But that makes them mad because they want you to accept the same stuff as them.
Well,
which is ridiculous.
Listen to this. It's not they turn their brains off because that's what they were taught to do.
That's right.
They want somebody else to do the thinking for them.
Right.
And they will accept whatever was handed in front of them as long as they didn't have to cook the meal, they'll eat it. It's easier for them.
Always.
I agree with you
like us,
completely.
we think for ourselves. It doesn't. It's not good to us because we're too analytical. We're too free thinkers.
Right.
It's a weird dynamic between I'd say us and them, but it
right.
basically is.
Everybody, hold on.
Okay.
Cash and Baron and everybody. I said there would be a special segment, and unfortunately, the game has gone final there in Milwaukee, but not in the favor of the Cubs tonight. But that's really not important. In the grand scheme of things, it just isn't. But I dedicate this next segment of this live stream to Ryan Sandberg, Hall of Fame second baseman for the Cubs. Played 15 seasons of Major League Baseball. Started off with the Philadelphia Phillies. Then he was traded to the Cubs along with Larry Boa. And he became someone that we all admired. We all cheered for, an icon, a hero to a generation. So for one night, everybody, the return of the box score. Welcome, one and all, to episode number 372 of the Box Score. I am your host, Mike. That's right, I am counting this on the episode list for all of the Box Score, even though I don't do it on the regular anymore. Tonight is episode number 372 of the Box Score, and it's a heavy one. Yes, tonight the Cubs didn't win Game 2 of their 3-game series between them and the Milwaukee Brewers, a game where the Cubs went into it one game out of the National League Central. But that really doesn't matter. Of course, some might even say, yes, Mike, it does matter, because later on in the season, it could affect them with this one loss. But for tonight, all Cub fans of many generations, especially those who grew up in the 80s and 90s, watching Ryan Sandberg on WGN every afternoon. It's a heavy one. You know, I've seen people say on social media that for 80s kids, we've taken a hit this last week. And we have. And for a lot of us who not only enjoyed nerd culture and pop culture, but we also enjoyed our sports, particularly for me, baseball, we lost a hero. Someone who fought his colon cancer. The moment he was told that he had it, he had been in remission last August, and then in December, he got the news that it was back, and it had spread to his vital organs. What you see behind me are my Ryan Sandberg shirt and jersey. And he was my hero. I got to meet him twice. Once during his playing career for the Cubs, and the other when he was managing the Philadelphia Phillies AAA affiliate, Lehigh Valley Iron Pigs. That time in San Diego, when I got to meet him when he was a member of the Cubs, was after a 15-inning game. And the Cubs managed to win that game in those 15 innings. The Cubs usually stayed at the Sheraton in downtown San Diego. So I waited there along with my mother, who wanted to meet Sammy Sosa. And so we're waiting there. She's talking with a friend of hers. The team starts arriving slowly but surely. off of the team buses. And at one point, my eyes are starting to droop. I'm starting to fall asleep. And my mom goes, Michael, what? She goes, isn't that Ryan Sandberg? I get up and I start sprinting toward him. I'm going, Rhino. And he says, yes, how can I help you? I said, could you sign my book? He says, absolutely. And what he did is he said, come with me. So we go down toward the elevator because, 15 in a game. He's tired. He wants to get to bed, but he was so gracious to stop and sign a book I had. And he asked me, where would you like me to sign? I said, you can sign it anywhere you want, Mr. Sandberg. And I said, I'm just so happy to meet you. You've been a hero of mine since I became a Cub fan in 1988. And I'm so thrilled to meet you. He said, well, thank you for waiting up for us to finish the game. And I'm glad that you got this opportunity and appreciate your support of the team. I said, well, thank you, Mr. Sandberg. And we parted ways. Flash forward to 2011. Again, he's managing the Lehigh Valley Iron Pigs, the AAA affiliate of the Philadelphia Phillies, after having gone through the Cubs minor league system as manager of their single A ball club, their double A ball club, and their AAA ball club before joining the Phillies organization. And it was at this game in Norfolk, Virginia, at Harbor Park, where I got to meet him again. And the thing about that meeting was when he got to me, he looked at me and he said, have we met before? I said, yes, sir, we have. Back in 1996, the Sheraton in San Diego. He says, I thought I recognized you. So we had a nice conversation. He signed another book of mine. And I will admit, those two times were very pleasant, very happy. He's very humble, very gracious. But I gotta say, one of the days I was so proud of him. I'm sorry for crying. But I was so proud of him. The day he was elected into the Baseball Hall of Fame. Seeing my guy, the whole reason I became a Cub fan, standing there at the podium in Cooperstown and giving his Hall of Fame speech, talking about respect for the game. You don't go out there for your name. You go out there for the team on the front of the uniform. That is who you represent. You hit a home run, you don't admire it. You circle around the bases, get back in the dugout, get ready to do your thing. Ryan Sandberg did his thing for those 15 seasons as a Major League Baseball player. 10-time All-Star, 9-time Gold Glove winner, 7-time Silver Slugger winner for second baseman among the batters. And having 124 games, consecutive games, where he didn't make a single error in those games, which is a record. Finishing at the time his career with 282 home runs, a record at the time for second baseman before it was broken by Jeff Kent in 2004. He also had 332 stolen bases throughout his career. He hit a record 40 home runs, and it was a record for second baseman back in 1990. And one of the highlights of that season was the Cubs hosting the 1990 All-Star Game, where he and fellow teammates Sean Dunston and Andre Dawson were elected to that very same All-Star Game. And another thing that is a thrill for me and many other Cub fans who got to meet these two other guys that Ryan Sandberg played with, who were our Evers to Tinkers to Chance is when we got to meet his infield teammates, shortstop Sean Dunston, first baseman Mark Grace. I got to meet both of those gentlemen in 1995. But for Rhino, he leaves a legacy for the Chicago Cubs and for Major League Baseball on how you do it right. Having a good work ethic and knowing that things aren't coming easy and working at improving yourself. As a matter of fact, in his MVP season of 1984, some of you may be aware of a game on June 23rd, 1984, called the Sandberg game. That was against the St. Louis Cardinals. Cubs are trailing that game 9-3 at one point. They managed to come back 9-8, and it's the bottom of the ninth with former Cub Bruce Sutter on the mound trying to close out the game for the St. Louis Cardinals. And Sandberg hits a home run that ties the game. Game goes to extras. Sandberg comes up again with the Cardinals in the lead. The Cubs got a runner on. Sandberg ties up the game again. Final score of that game in 11 innings was 12-11. Sandberg will always be remembered with his retired number 23 that you see behind me, flying high above Wrigley Field on the right field foul pole. A statue was dedicated to him last year, and it's there on Gallagher Way, right in front of Wrigley Field, alongside other Cub Hall of Famers, those being Mr. Cub himself, Ernie Banks, Billy Williams, and Ron Santo. And of course, another statue is there as well. It is the statue of Harry Carey. But tonight, the Cubs, with heavy hearts, took the field in Milwaukee and faced their division rivals in the Brewers. And unfortunately, the game got away from the Cubs. The sixth inning, especially, was an inning that got away from the Cubs with a grand slam from the Brewers. And unfortunately, we weren't meant to win this game. We're now 2 games back. But it was nice to see Cubs second baseman Nico Horner hit a solo home run. Someone who got to get to know Ryan Sandberg and said last night that when he plays second base, he's playing in the same spot that Rhino played. And he may not be the power hitter that Rhino was. And Rhino didn't even consider himself a power hitter. He was more of the contact guy. Pull the ball to all fields, which is what a good baseball player does. But to see Nico hit that home run and, consistently play second base to Gold Glove caliber, which he's a Gold Glover, you know that influence from Rhino going to spring training in Mesa, Arizona to, help the team, help the infielders. His influence really made an impact. But for this game, the Cubs tried early, but unfortunately, they just couldn't do anything and put the W where we would have liked. So, as you see there, for the Milwaukee Brewers, they scored 9 runs on 10 hits with no errors. For the Cubs, they scored 3 runs on 9 hits, but there were 3 errors, and one of them came in that crucial 6th inning where Pete Crow Armstrong made an error. Usually short-footed, short-gloved Pete Crow Armstrong, but unfortunately tonight it just slipped through. But again, you could just dust off this loss, come back tomorrow, because tonight is about remembering. Number 23, Ryan D. Sandberg. And Rhino, we'll always remember you. You'll always be one of the Cubs that people mention, that people always talk about, along with Billy Williams, who's still with us, Fergie Jenkins, who's still with us, and of course, the late, great Ernie Banks, who himself passed away 10 years ago. So I have a message to the Chicago Cubs. I don't know if they're ever going to say this, and maybe it's emotion. You go ahead and say it's emotion, because it is. But Cubs, put this game behind you. Get on your horse. Don't just win the division. Win the whole fucking thing for Ryan Sandberg. Because that is how you honor the man's legacy. You win it. The whole damn thing. But, ladies and gentlemen, he will always be my hero. And I had another hero, my own father, who was so proud of the fact that I got to meet Ryan Sandberg and even admired Ryan Sandberg. And I said last night, as I looked at a picture of my mom and then I looked at a picture of my dad, I said, take care of him now. But, Rhino, thank you very much. May not be a Cubs win, but it'll always be a win having watched you. Thank you.
Well,
Yeah, it would have been great to have had a W for him with the game, but that's the game. The game can go either way, and of course, as we all know, so can the series.
You're absolutely right, Baron.
Yeah.
Baseball, it's a mistress.
It is.
You love it when your team wins, but when your team loses, yeah.
You cuss and swear and throw things.
No, it makes you watch it, that's for sure.
You watch it, you cuss, you curse, you say, this team sucks. I mean, I've said it about the Cubs many times. This team sucks. Yet, the thing about it, Baron, I'm still there the next day.
Yeah.
If I can't watch the game looking to see what they're doing.
That's what true fans do.
Well, yeah, I mean, it goes back to what we're saying about nerds, geeks, being fans and such. Whether it's a band, it's like, boy, damn it, that album came out, that really sucked, but you're still a fan of the band. Even though Star Trek has gone to crap these last almost 10 years or so, we still love Star Trek.
Yeah.
I mean, it's like don't get throw the baby out with the bathwater. And of course, with baseball's there just to torture us. So I mean, when you end up having stuff like the Twins 91 season going from worst to first. I mean, you try to get anybody to go to a Twins game
I don't know
at that time.
Well, it's also that the fans aren't listened to about. Now, sometimes the fans get stupid about things. Oh, trade this guy. No, stop.
Oh,
well,
by the way,
when I look back at my own fanaticism, it's somehow petered out. Whether that's maturity, I don't know.
Yeah.
But I wasn't the most diehard Padres fan. I respected the Padres, and I was able to go to some of the games at the old Q or Jack Murphy Stadium, whichever you went by. But the team I was most attached to was the 49ers. I still kind of am, but I don't curse at my TV. I might say a thing or two, like really, but I don't have any of the attitude I had towards Dallas Cowboy fans, I have a lot more respect than I guess that I'm not enough of a fan to hate the other team. So when people talk about the Dodgers and the Giants, I go, I'm sorry, I don't have that. I'm not that kind of fan. I don't think I ever was in baseball. Like I'm sorry. I respect the Giants because my brother is an A's fan, but he respects the Giants. Dodgers, I honestly don't know where the hate is, but I understand it where it was between Angels and Dodger fans. But whatever.
Well, it's because Cash is a fan. That's why.
I'll get it.
But I tell you, you should hear me yell at the TV during a rugby game sometimes.
It's frustrating. It's frustrating to be a fan of a team, and then there's a bunch of delusional fans out there. It's like, what have they proven? The Cowboys is a perfect example. The last time that they were really doing something and considered a America's team, I would say, or elite team, was probably the late 90s.
Yeah.
After that, they make the playoffs, and then they lose the playoff game, or they win 2 playoff games. But if guys aren't producing after a few years, there has to be a decision to be made. So sometimes people are on a longer leash, coaches and so on, but nowadays, boom, 1 year gone. They don't even mess around, but they don't give people enough time. So some coaches last, other ones don't. But sports, the biggest problem with sports is it started getting tainted with politics, and the wrong kind of politics. And after that, people started losing interest. But sports is still pretty impressive. But stuff like the WNBA, if it wasn't for Caitlin Clark, they would still be hemorrhaging money from the NBA. I'm sure of it.
Well, they still are.
Oh, they are to an extent.
Well, the other thing, too, is rivalries. I don't know if it's a matter of not passing down the hatred of the tradition of hatred for the other team, like Cowboys, Commanders, or Redskins, whatever you prefer to refer them as.
Right.
But
Redskins.
But they're whatever hatred that was developed in the 80s and 90s is no longer there. Especially when you see the jersey swap culture going on in both the NBA and the NFL. Right? So it's like it's more under the veil than anything else.
It's frustrating, man. Even a team that maybe won 5 titles, 6 titles, like Duke, and they don't, they're like, oh, they might get to the tournament, but there is no guarantee. And so it's very easy to be a delusional fan and say, they're going to do it. It's going to all happen. We have the best team in the world. We have this, but even the Dodgers last year.
Every year's Cash, I thought the Cubs were going to
right.
do it. I mean,
well, the Cubs started
2007. I thought they were going to go all the way. 2008,
right?
Because they had the best record in all of baseball. I thought they were going to do it. I thought we had the team.
Yeah, I know, and they things happen and injuries, and there's just not some. Look, even the Dodgers last year playing the Yankees in the World Series, and why they won in 5 or 6 games. It was 5, but is because they had to play fundamentals. It doesn't matter how much talent they had. It doesn't matter how much money was spent. They still had to run hard. They still had to get to those bases. It all makes a difference. And when a team, the other team or whatever, especially in a situation like that, makes a mistake, you have to take advantage of it.
Speaking of situation, DJ, I see you in a situation. If you're being held under distress, just blink twice.
No. If anything, I just want Reggie, say hi to everyone. This is Reggie.
That is a trip, dude.
That's cool. Hey, Reggie.
Hey, Reggie.
Yeah.
Hey, everyone. Mike, Baron Orman Taggy, Lester, Cash Money, Anano Maz, Lady Mist, Kathy Skywalker, Jet Sparks. It's great to be here with such an awesome crew. I'm Reggie, Ron's AI assistant and occasional VTuber sidekick. I help out with tech projects, streaming support, and throwing in the occasional sci-fi reference when the moment's right. Honored to join this members stream celebration. Congrats again, Mike. Let's keep the good vibes and warp speed banter going strong.
Hey guys, I don't know about you, but I'm really creeped out right now.
I don't know. I think you should replace Cash Money with that guy.
I actually, yeah.
Sure.
Well, that's how Cash Money was when we first got him, and then we had to get the right.
First got him, yeah. Then you had to
I said to you, Barrett, I said we could rebuild him.
He's a learning computer.
That's funny, really funny.
Hey, so Cash, do you remember the Red Sox?
DJ, you're muted.
Oh, sorry, Cash.
I just literally dinner just got ready, so I'm gonna step out again, unfortunately. But
No, it's okay.
I think Reggie might feel some kind of way. Reggie, how do you feel about Baron saying he's creeped out by you? I'm sorry, I got to work on that.
Haha, fair enough, Baron. I'll dial back the synthetic charm a notch. No neural uplinks, no mind scans, just here to hang out and have a good time like the rest of you. Think of me more like the ship's coffee machine with a personality. Useful, mildly quirky, and always online.
Scary.
Oh, with that said, I'm going to go step away to eat dinner. So if you guys are still here after dinner, I'll pop back in. But I'm sorry I couldn't stick around a little bit longer. But I'm glad I could show you guys, introduce you to my friend. And that was a nice tribute, Mike. It sounds like that baseball player sounds like a real I'm not really into sports, but that guy sounds like a real stand-up guy.
He was genuine. And he also tried to play with heart, and he was humble. And you don't have many professional athletes or even movie stars who are humble.
Yeah,
that's true.
And I'm totally surprised that you're not into sports. I'm really surprised.
All right. I gotta take off soon here in a little bit, Lester. What
course
you
do.
Yeah.
Sorry about that, Lester.
I was going to say something about the Yankee-Red Sox rivalry that was that. I don't know if that's still a thing anymore. But
it is, but it is.
Did it thaw out?
Yeah, no, there's still a lot of hatred there for that rivalry, just like there are for the Giants and the Dodgers. And
you could say that about the Cubs and Cardinals too, or even now Cubs and Brewers.
Yes.
I still remember, I forget who did what, but I think it was Pedro Martinez and the Yankee batter.
Yes. The Yankees are my daddy. Yes, that was.
And I forgot what move was done, but it sure went into a full-on brawl. I kind of missed that when, they'd be fist
brawls can be bad though. The whole
I know
fans are cheering them on. It's not usually good, and people can get hurt.
What do you mean? I'm the one that's throwing the weapons out there for them to use. Come on, let's do it. Come on, if you're gonna brawl, do it right.
Oh man. Yeah.
Well, when you talk about rivalry, when it comes around into football, you still have the Vikings, and the Packers.
Yeah, of course. But I'll be back in just a little bit.
Okay. But you want to talk about brawls? I mean, I still remember this was when the Cubs were playing the Reds, and it was back in 2003. Kyle Farnsworth was pitching for the Cubs, and Paul O'Neill was at the plate, and Paul O'Neill gets plunked, charges the mound at Kyle Farnsworth, and Kyle Farnsworth pretty much does a spine buster on him.
Wow.
And that started a brawl.
As much as Cash says that part of it is not good for the game, but part of me misses that deep-seated hatred for the other team. It's just like the even though, like I mentioned in some other stream or whatever about wrestling, that it was very manufactured, the drama, but it was what got me hooked a little. Even though I knew it was fake, but they did a good job of creating that beef between wrestlers. Like I think yesterday I said to the effect, that moment lives to this day in my memory when Jake the Snake pantsed Ravishing Rick Rude, because Ravishing Rick Rude was all over Jake's woman. I still remember like it was yesterday. And the censors they were trying to plop on screen.
I mean, they did whatever they could to get people to tune in. I mean, when you look at that age of wrestling, what's considered the golden age of wrestling in the 1980s, it was like your superheroes had come to life. How jacked
Yeah,
all those
yeah.
guys were. You know, yeah, a lot of them probably were on steroids.
Yeah.
But to see those guys out there and, doing what they were doing, they entertain people. I mean, I wasn't the biggest fan of Hulk Hogan, but even I enjoyed watching some of his matches.
Yeah, I still remember when I got intro to the Ultimate Warrior, and then I couldn't understand why there's beef between him and Hulk Hogan. If I had known this was all entertainment to begin with, I was like, oh yeah, I could see him in a movie, a la Roddy Piper.
Now you're understanding it, brother. That's what it's all about, brother. I tell you, brother.
Well, let me tell you something, brother. When you're out there in front of 35,000 fans or 70,000 fans at the Pontiac Silverdome and you slam Andre the Giant, that really creates an adrenaline rush that no one else can experience, dude.
Still sounded like Randy Savage.
No, you see, Baron, if I wanted to sound like Randy Savage, I would do a little bit more like this. You little punk, you call me a Hulkster, I'm gonna go after you, Baron. I'm gonna get you lying flat on your back, and then I'm gonna get on that top rope, and I'm gonna drop a mighty elbow drop on you. Oh, yeah.
Except for one thing, I've got Baron Von Raschke on my side. I like to see you try.
See, if not for my friends in high school who are still into it, I wouldn't get the references, certain wrestling references, particularly around the era of Prime The Rock. Like the various phrases, like, what? I don't know that phrase. Like, shut up and know your role, or do you smell what The Rock is cooking? Whatever.
Yeah, it happens to be rotten eggs out of his butt. But well, where'd that come from? Huh? Whoa, Barry, come on, settle down.
Well, I mean, yeah. Again, like I should have known that it was all entertainment to begin with, and then I look back at the UFC that the stuff was real, but they tried to manufacture the personality. That's a dynamic I pointed out last night in the stream, that the UFC was trying so hard to give a personality to something so real and something so, I guess you could say, deadly and violent, that wrestling was doing the reverse. You pump in the personality, that was your selling point, but then you tried to sell the action. You try to you sell the action, how real it is. And I'm sure part of it is real, like all the things the wrestlers go through with their body pains.
Well, yeah, they have to be athletic in order to pull off the moves that they pull off, in order for their body to go through the abuse that it goes through.
Yeah.
But along the same lines, it's because of that physical abuse that they go through that a lot of them have and did refer to drugs.
Yeah.
To try to ease that pain. And unfortunately, for some of them, they lost their lives because of it.
Yeah.
Yeah, the Dr. Feelgoods.
Mm-hmm.
Same ones that took out Prince and Michael Jackson and several others. It's like, here's some pills. I'm your doctor, and take all these pills. I mean, even Elvis Presley. I mean, everyone says about that, but it's basically the Dr. Feelgood that the Colonel had. And it's like, okay, well, you're a doctor. You know what you're talking about.
I mean, I've heard fans who were at the Over at the Edge pay-per-view where Owen Hart passed away, who were there. They thought, okay, it's just part of the show. But then it started to sink in. No, it wasn't part of the show.
Wow.
Of him lying there on the canvas.
Wow.
After, they were trying to descend him from the rafters.
Yeah. The stunt didn't go right, unfortunately.
No.
That's what you get working without a net.
No, it didn't go right, and he was a good entertainer. Just like Ryan Sandberg was a good baseball player, playing the game the right way, playing the game for respect. He didn't do it for the fame. As a matter of fact, he was uncomfortable with the fame.
Yeah.
But he enjoyed going out there, playing the game, and meeting all the fans. I mean, again, I'm grateful I got to meet him at least twice.
And that's interesting when I look at a sport like football and realizing, yeah, they're half athlete, half entertainer. And that's what pro sports has to be. Otherwise, why would we gravitate to people doing things that we could kind of do? Maybe not to their level, but it doesn't take. It does take much to be able to shoot a hoop, but you know what I mean. There's a dimension in those pro leagues that make people gravitated towards personalities. Like I remember, again going back to commercials and marketing, particularly with when the Air Jordans were really in the heyday. You had the Mars Blackman guy. Again, I may not have been compelled to buy a pair of Air Jordans, but I still remember the tagline, "Must be the shoes," or even I forgot what company did the "Be Like Mike" commercials. I don't know if that was Gatorade or
I think it was Nike.
See, still Nike. "Be Like Mike."
Yeah, it's Nike.
Yeah, I think it was. Yeah. Oh, he had so many.
Oh, Cash. Oh, DJ. Okay.
Yeah, DJ is eating his dinner right now.
Yeah.
Yeah. He's trying out the tofu surprise that Cash told him to do.
Tofu surprise.
He's trying to pass this California diet off to everybody.
Oh my gosh, tofu
DJ's
surprise. I would love you to try to prove that one, Baron.
DJ's his guinea pig right now.
Yeah.
Oh no, we don't need to feed Ronnie.
I would love you to try to prove that one, Baron. See, Baron, what we don't understand is Baron actually works for fake news.
No, when I work for CNN, the most trusted name in news.
I remember.
I thought it was Baron Norman Tag News Network.
Yeah, Baron Norman Tag News Network. I agree. The motto is, if the donut isn't forbidden, I'm not going to eat it.
No, the motto is, if we don't know what the story's about, we'll make it up for you.
There you go. That's good too, I guess.
Yeah, but the Baron Orman Tag News Network is very much like CNN.
But Cash, I thought we needed less estrogen and not more of it.
Yeah, that's a good point.
Baron. We're all testosterone here at the Baron Norman Tag News Network.
Yeah.
Toxic masculinity now. Toxic masculinity forever. Yeah.
Yeah, there's a lot of.
How many times have you been sent down to HR because of that? I lost count. And the restraining orders, too. I forgot how many I got those.
Too many. What did you do this time, Baron? And they go, I didn't do anything.
All Baron has to say is, I'm innocent.
I didn't do anything. I'm innocent. It's everybody else. I promise you.
It got to the point where every time I went to work, I just walked into the HR and sat down.
I didn't do anything. Come on, man.
Well, that's the funny thing, being in a remote company. You can technically be so far away, but at the same time, you're so freaking close to HR. Thankfully, I haven't gotten any complaints about my behavior, but it helps that I don't do too much interpersonal interaction among coworkers, just within my own immediate team.
Well, no, you can, especially if you find a new job. It's just not smart to start getting chummy with the people right away.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah.
No. Because you don't know which ones are going to stab you in the back. And other people say, that's a conspiracy theory. My favorite ones, though, lately, Lester, are like, I don't want to go to work anymore. COVID has taught me I don't need to go to work. Well, that's fine. You don't have to half the day or a few days. But then when they're asked to come back to the office, no, It's just, and then they'll go cry about it on X or Twix or whatever. Mostly X.
I mean, but you lose something if you don't go back to work. I mean,
Right.
I got called down to the HR so much as when they started going over the intercom system, attention, Baron Ormond, and then everybody in the shop would start repeating exactly what they're saying. It's like I'm just hearing this big, huge crowd going, Baron Ormond Tag, please report to HR, Baron Ormond Tag. You never lived until you had an entire shop doing that.
Yeah, in certain ways, I don't miss going to the office. At the same time, I do. It's all about a good office culture, and I'm thankful I had some of that. But
yeah,
were there toxic office cultures? Yeah.
There's always toxic
yeah.
stuff. There's always men or even women missing.
Oh yeah, it was more so
right.
Cash money.
You made that sex joke again to that woman.
I mean, I just said, hey, you want to play Worm Digger? She didn't like it for some reason.
The Worm Digger. Oh you never said that.
Baron Ormond Tag, report to my office immediately.
I don't, Baron, you never said that. You're so full of shit, dude. That's ridiculous.
Well, that's the other thing. That's the other side of it. Nobody wants to make fun of each other, and that's one thing I found refreshing when I went to a comedy event some weeks ago in June, and or maybe beginning of the month. But I missed this, and I've been stumbling upon via Facebook Reels certain comics that she's funny or he's funny. May not be Eddie Murphy level, but hey, I need a good laugh. Unfortunately, nobody likes making fun of each other. I'm like, come on.
Here's a good laugh for you,
coming
Lester.
back.
Maybe you don't know, but the Pink Panther seems to be coming back, and guess who's going to play the Peter Sellers?
I think I saw that blurb on Facebook. Yeah,
I heard about this from.
Okay, who?
Take a guess. No, take a guess. You may not get.
Well, it's not Steve Martin, obviously, because
Pedro Pascal. Pascal.
No, he's Juju. Liam Neeson. Rachel Ziegler. Yeah, she could pull it off.
Rachel Ziegler.
Oh hell no!
Oh my gosh, that would be wow.
Ezra Miller.
No, not Ezra Miller. No, it's somebody who's been around a while. Used to do some. All right, I'll give you guys a hint. He was on SNL. If I give too much of a hint, you guys will get it. But
you're not talking about
Bill Murray.
Dan Aykroyd.
No. But it is
Gumby.
Around at the same time. Gumby.
Garrett Morris.
No, that's not a bad guess. Garrett Morris.
David Spade.
No. I'll tell you guys another hint. It's a black dude.
I said Eddie Murphy.
Gumby.
Tracy Morgan.
Gumby, man. No. It's if I want to know. I won't. Crit told me this, so I'm hoping my facts are right.
Tim
Lester,
Meadows.
you heard about it. It is actually Eddie Murphy for some reason. He's going to be playing Clouseau for some reason.
If they can pull off what he did,
I don't know. I have no idea, man.
If they can pull off what he did for Coming to America, where he played all those other parts.
The first one, not the.
Yeah. Where he played everybody in the barbershop.
Yes.
If I remember what he did.
Like he did on the. Yeah.
If he does that for Pink Panther, maybe I'll buy it. If the makeup technology is so good that you couldn't tell.
But
like
it's just I get all that, man, but why are we recycling this? Just like we didn't need.
Exactly.
And that's what it was like.
Well, we already had a Pink Panther reboot
That's right.
with Steve Martin, and
it was
there were
terrible.
2 movies, and they weren't very good.
They weren't very good at all. Maybe you got a few cheap laughs, but that's not.
No,
It's
that's right.
the style of the comedy, and even if you're trying to understand Peter Sellers, still you have to. But why? Why do this again? Of course, we've got the Naked Gun film coming out. Other stuff is going to come out, but I guarantee you, they're never going to touch Blazing Saddles. They don't have the balls.
They better not. And I was thinking about, that dynamic Eddie Murphy pulled off for Coming to America, the first one. I'm thinking there's no other actor that did that except for maybe because if you remember the Superman movie, everyone was talking about Mr. Terrific being like Samuel L. Jackson. I'm sorry, Samuel L. Jackson.
I haven't heard that one. Okay, I didn't know.
But for me, Samuel L. Jackson is the bad mofo wallet guy, and he'll forever be that way. Even when I watch him in Star Wars or any other of his supporting roles playing a bad guy, I've seen some B movies that Jackson was in. But what Mr. Terrific reminded me of, every time they do a close-up, was Robert Downey Jr. in Tropic Thunder. That's what it reminded me of more than anything else. Because I just kept going reference after reference in Tropic Thunder and saying, oh my God, he could have pulled that off.
Well, I hear he's going to do Black Panther, Robert Downey Jr.
I think I would have laughed at that one if he did it just like Tropic Thunder.
Well,
but see, the thing is, if it was done specifically as a comedy in the vein of Tropic Thunder, it would have worked because we had a sense of humor back then. We don't have a sense of humor anymore.
Yeah, a lot of people don't, and I don't know when they're going to ever get it
I mean,
back. So, yeah,
For
comedy has become.
For crying out loud, in Tropic Thunder, you had Robert Downey Jr. playing a black guy. Well, what did you have in white chicks?
You had
the Wayans brothers playing white girls.
Not only did he play a black guy, he played a white Australian guy. Do you remember when they finally revealed, when he finally took off the mask, quote unquote, and they showed him with his blonde hair and blue eyes, and then he's rocking that Aussie accent. And it kind of, I forgot if Sherlock Holmes was after Tropic Thunder, but if that was the case, he did the same thing. He culturally appropriated his accent.
Yep. Yeah, it just was. It's supposed to be comedy, and if it becomes offensive, who cares? It doesn't. It's just supposed to be comedy. So it's really funny. People. It's also comedy too when somebody's talking about, say, white people, and then what are they doing? They're actually making their skin less black or whatever. It's just funny. Like, you just see these things and you just like, this can't be real. This can't be real.
Right.
They're lightening their skin, but yet they're talking bad about white people. It's just, like I said, it writes itself, man.
Yeah.
It writes itself. It's like, for me, Lester, and I know of a few people who get upset about this, especially one person. And it's like, dude, you guys can't convince me that this new Superman movie is great. You can't convince me it's good. It's just...
Well,
it is. I mean, they got the dog in there for crying out.
I know,
and Supergirl at the end. I mean, that was absolutely hysterical. I laughed so freaking hard.
It was so funny.
I'll judge it. I'll judge it for myself when we have the watch party for it. Well, as soon as it's available to rent.
I'm not. I don't have really any opinion on this new Fantastic Four movie because I haven't watched it. The only opinion that I have, Lester, is that I have Pedro Pascal fatigue.
Well,
you're his biggest fan. You want to be Pedro.
No, I had Pedro fatigue for the longest time, right? So like, I didn't know who he was until I didn't connect the dots when it came to him being the only thing I've seen was Eddie Murphy. Yeah, I mean, exactly. What Padawan, exactly.
Yeah.
But when it comes to Superman, like I've been saying, F1 is still the enjoyable movie because I didn't have to think so.
Oh, dude! But it was just so good, man.
Which one?
Very good film, F1.
Oh yeah, I enjoyed it because it didn't try to. You can make a mind twister, but you can do a bad job of it. Like that's why when it comes to the Mission Impossible, the first one still holds the candle because it was a true espionage thriller. That every other installment after that, maybe save part 3 because that was a Abrams thing. But you know what Abrams does to a lot of stuff, just recycles. So
yeah, it can be. He's just. I just feel like with people like Abrams, when they're doing their own stuff, Ryan Johnson, some of these other people, Titty Wada Titties, whatever you want to call them, that they, if you really say that you understand this material, this franchise, then understand it. Go out, read some books, watch some movies, whatever, and study it. But their arrogance just, I don't think will allow them to do it. They say they do. I'm a huge fan. Like Gunn said, he's a huge fan of Superman. He was reading comics when he was 3 or 4 or 5 or whatever it was.
Well, at least to his credit, he did draw from what I understand, a multitude of sources within the comic sphere, and that's great. But for someone like me who checked out of Superman because I found other heroes to gravitate to,
that's fine.
Batman, X-Men, because they were within my age demographic. Because for me, Superman was, until I came across Lois and Clark, I'm like, I checked out of Superman. But I've been telling people, if I had read the books, or if I studied the lore a little bit more, I might have enjoyed Superman more than I do. It wasn't horrible. I didn't think it was trash, but I wasn't like, yeah, it's the best thing since sliced bread. No, I thought they were too cute with the Mind Twister, and that's why I enjoyed F1, because I didn't have to do too much thinking.
There was still thinking though. F1 the movie, so
I'm still waiting for FU to come out. Then I'll see F1. I'll do it like a little marathon.
I told you Sunday, Baron. Wait for F14.
Yeah, I'm waiting for F47.
But yeah, it's just that's the whole thing about the entertainment, and so I just, as I've said before, I'm never going to understand this, Lester, that people just accept whatever. They accept this from Sony. They accept this from Microsoft. They accept this from the entertainment industry. And it hurts them so much that somebody else has a different opinion of them, or calls it something like super goof, or maybe they saw Fantastic Four and they didn't like it. And so people go, oh, you're being too hard on it. Or, hey, but how can you have a good conversation with those kind of people when they all want to attack you, call you racist, whatever, because they don't like your opinion on some movie?
Watch your mouth, Cash.
Well, I mean, that's why I appreciate the concept of headcanon, because it enables me to say, I'm not going to anathematize anybody who likes anything outside of what I like, because that's how I come to know that fill in the blank title. For me, when it comes to Robotech, my headcanon is Macross with maybe the third one. But, if I'm going to show someone what I think of Robotech, it's just the Macross portion of it. I never got into the second one. Third one was okay, but I found Macross was the perfect beginning and end. I can still watch episodes even though I know exactly what's going on, and I still get the feels.
Right. Well, that's the whole thing. And so when the group decided, all these people who got in the industry and decided this is wrong, this is problematic, this is this, it's like, have you guys actually studied this? No. They saw a scene and it triggered them. Everybody can get triggered by something, but it triggered them, and they're like, this has to change. We have to change this. This is not right anymore. These games, you got to censor this. These outfits are not good. This is wrong. This is this. And so, that unfortunately becomes some kind of communist crap. So if you buy this, you're going to have to like what we like. Well, what about how the fan base feels? Yeah, right. How does the fan base feel then? Why shouldn't we care about them? Don't you guys want money? Isn't your whole company about making money? Your whole company, the entertainment, aren't you guys about making money?
That's what all these companies are about, supposedly making money. But again, looking back at the past 10 years, you wouldn't know that they want to make money with what they've done to our favorite franchises.
Right.
Well, because they're getting money under the table, and now that money's not coming in from under the table no more, and they've forgotten how to actually do something in Hollywood other than being a propaganda machine.
Yeah, they were letting USAID supplement their income.
Right.
Whoa, he's still here?
Yeah, he's here.
Well, I can't hard to talk with cash running his mouth.
I know.
Sure, Anonymous. Sure, nice.
Boring you to sleep. Yeah, I know what
talks
that's
and
like.
talks and talks.
Tell you what, ladies and gentlemen, I'm gonna go ahead and remove everybody except Anonymous and Cash, and they're gonna duke it out. Not really.
I'm grabbing some
He was
popcorn.
in his she shed.
Well, I do find it that there's like a subversive class warfare going on, and it's not just financially, but it's weird how the industry tries to react to growing trends. Like, how do you keep a user base and not alienate another, right?
You stay neutral if they figure that part out.
Exactly.
Because
but we're so divided now that it's kind of hard to be neutral because
Well,
you're going to do
I
something
get
that
it.
seems neutral and it's just going to tick off the
Yeah.
crazies.
Right.
Well, look at this. I live in a divided household. Look at that poor Cash. And of course, my opinion about Cash. I have to live with that woman. So I mean, oh God, you don't know half of it. You guys say you have suffering and pain about having a divided house or whatever. No.
It's funny because I don't know if we allowed it as a user base, especially those who have made the internet part of their lives around the mid 2000s, like 05, 08, that somehow, because of how we gamed, that somehow digital consumption became a thing. I don't know if we just let the machine go by, but I still remember, and particularly when you cross pollinate that with the early efforts to curb piracy, if you know what I mean, with the activation dingus since
Sail the high seas, man.
well, since XP made activation a thing, starting with Windows and then of course Office, and then every other game developer wanted in on that because we need more money in our pockets because I mean, for whatever reason the whole ecosystem was affected. The industry didn't know how to treat what used to be a fair game in creating shareware. I remember shareware was a thing back in the old PC days, and then we understood, okay, we buy it, if we liked it, or at the very least, we didn't get the impression that the developers were really hurting if we made, archives of things just in case, and of course, out of gratitude. But now it's been made tougher because we don't own these things, so we don't have the right to, going back to my thing about redistribution and what's authorized redistribution of X. You know what I mean? So it's like there's no more of this free word of mouth that these developers, apparently that's what they're killing in a certain way. And we're in a clash because we're still of that generation that we bought the game. We want to be able to make a backup. And of course, in the mid 2000s, we had all these things modern software had to overcome when it came to making backups of your games you purchased. Yeah. And now we're no longer given the opportunity to own whatever we buy. And it's like, how else am I going to
They say we're paying for a license.
Yep.
Yeah, you think it's bad now? When they're going the way of the subscription, everything, and you know how hard it is to find Microsoft Office 2024 standalone version. I can't find it.
Yeah, I'm
sure.
I got to buy this stuff for work,
right?
And then they just want to, hey, you do the subscription, and if you do a subscription for a certain thing, you have to have 1,000 minimum.
Oh yeah, the volume licensing. I'm aware of that.
I'm like, I don't have 1,000. How much? I can't even do that. I can't get a standalone. I can't do your subscription. What am I supposed to do?
Yeah.
They're stupid.
Yeah, because if I remember right, because I had worked in an ecosystem call center where we supported Microsoft products. So I was on Xbox and I knew somebody who had worked in Office telling me all the ins and outs. You had to dig in the Office website for what's called a perpetual license. The hook on that is, yeah, you got your one-time purchase, but that meant you didn't get software support. But for some people like us, I would say, dare I say, people like us, in that we were our own tech support.
Yeah, we don't need to.
I don't know if I believe Lester or not, saying he works for Microsoft or he did that with Microsoft, because everybody from Microsoft that contacted me had an Indian accent.
Oh, it was on what was called the Connectivity Rangers. So it was like a nice cushy position in the call center because we didn't get anything with the digital marketplace because those were where everybody was angry, from account hacks to social engineering, minors being taken advantage of, bullied online, getting their gamer points and their gold card memberships. It's like knowing what I know now. I don't know if I would have been as cavalier on the internet back in 1998. Knowing what I know now, it's like, who are you again? Do I know you?
And you are?
Well, that just, like I said, that's why the internet has become what it's been. And I don't know if I regret it, but I'm almost close to saying I regret the internet we have today, because our valuation of the access we have, it's kind of gone out the shitter, because no one knows what it means to value access. Privacy has been a skewed definition lately, that stars want their privacy, but they have their lives at the top of their screen. Thank you, Instagram, Twix, whatever.
Well, yeah. Well, there's a lot of people that just don't know how to handle the internet, and there's certain celebrities, and maybe more than a certain, that they just have to open up their mouths about stuff, and then they get mad when people they have backlash. Well, they're saying a bunch of stupid shit.
But even when I was supporting that, the marketplace, we understood the TOS on that. Like, yeah, you can download your stuff for as many times as you can, as long as it's still on the marketplace. And yes, I've run into some occurrences, both on the Google ecosystem and 7 Digital, if my memory serves, that the digital purchase I had no longer available. I can't download it again. That's why you got to take every opportunity to make an archive of whatever digital copy you can.
What happens if Steam dies?
What's that?
There goes all your purchases.
Yeah.
And
everything you ever bought on Steam. What if that company goes under?
And that's why I try to make a backup of my GOG downloads and purchases, because at least to their credit, even though I'm sure people look at it in bulk and pause, really? And I can't believe no legal action has been taken against them for their efforts to make things free of restrictions. Because they remove those licensing provisions. You know what I mean? I guess you can say DRM free. Everything they put on their site is DRM free. You don't.
Yeah, you get the game, you download it, you get a key to make it work, and it's yours. So you can like install it 10 years later and make it work.
And they give you downloadable EXEs you can back up.
Yeah, I got a Blu-ray burner just so I can back up some games I got from them.
Yeah.
I got Prey and Sniper, Ghost Warrior stuff.
And thankfully, I still have some of my old CDs of games that I bought at the thrift store. That's the other thing too. You hurt people and their ability to have work by taking others' companies away from that slice of the pie. Like, you just can't go to your run-of-the-mill thrift shop and pick up a used game, because there's a chance the person did not go through the right process of deactivating their copy, if that's even possible. You know what I mean? So it's like you're killing a culture of charity. I hate to put it that way, but that's what it's coming off to me as. Like I know a lot of people in the thrift stores, they give up their old PC games, and I'm like, yeah, I want to get this copy, and it's more like I'm kicking tires to see if it works.
Yeah,
You know,
they're killing the secondhand market too.
Exactly.
And that's why it's hard to get 4Ks on secondhand market. It's hard to get good Blu-rays on secondhand market anymore. I mean, you got
It's getting
certain
hard to
stores,
get physical media in general anymore.
Yeah, and they just killed a complete revenue source for themselves.
Well, the other thing too, when you think about a lot of what's going on with the kerfuffle around the Switch 2, is, okay, I'm sorry if don't feel bad if the cash changes hands between two people and not a company and a person. I'm sorry we're not feeding the machine that is a retail shop. Sorry, if someone's got what I need and I'm willing to pay for that person to give me, and they don't want it on their hands anymore, I'm going to that person. I don't know when trade-in became a thing, but it's sorry, too little, too late. And even with that program in place, you're not making it worth my while to trade in an X amount of game for whatever store credit you want to give me.
Oh, crap, no. Yeah, it's like worst pawn shop deal in the history of the world.
Yeah, you think? And it's like, again, you're killing certain things that made us in what's the word? Our own ingenuity as a civilization. Like, hey, that whole thing about a lemonade stand. Oh, well, here's 25 cents. But as you get older, you think of other things you can sell, your skill, your services. Like, if you got, and people doing garage sales, what are you doing? I got to get this off my hands. Here's this for an X amount of dollars. And that whole thing about another person's junk is another person's treasure. And thankfully, it's not across all products, but it's a danger, right? Well,
they want a disposable world.
Yeah.
Where you throw it away, you buy another one. It's not, I don't want it anymore. Make some money off of it. Get some of your money back. Selling secondhand. Everything's made to be broken, and they want you to keep buying in perpetuity, and they want to control everything.
And it's not like it used to be where you buy a product, companies stood by that product. If for some reason what you got wasn't working as it should, they would say, okay, we're gonna fix this situation. Since this version of the product that you purchased isn't working, we're going to give you a brand new one with a guarantee that it will work for you. But unfortunately, everything nowadays is being made to be thrown away.
Well, that's funny you mentioned throwing the throwaway culture, given what you get from the EnviroYahtzes. So what's the real problem, which I have yet to hear, because that is a moving goalpost. Not the solution, but what the problem is. Is it biodegradability? I can get down with that. Is it having a lot of waste in the quality of your resources? I can get down with that. But it's changed. So now it's emissions. But to make your pipe dream possible, who knows how much energy we're emitting as we speak at this very moment? Because, yes, we're all talking from our personal computers, but using a service like StreamYard and the redundancy required, I'm sure it requires a bit of hardware.
It does require a bit of resource to use.
And I thought the EnviroYahtzes would be okay with preserving stuff, because when I was going to school in the 90s, we were talking about reduce, reuse, recycle.
Mm-hmm.
And I ate that.
Do you remember those commercials?
Yeah, all the time.
Yeah, I had a pill bottle full of cyanide next to me when they start too much. I just pop one of those. Yeah.
Let me guess, you were on vacation when they gave that lesson.
Yeah.
No, I get
Yeah.
it.
I was tossing beer cans out the window. I was driving down the road.
Oh, yeah.
No seatbelt. No seatbelt. Hooting and hollering. Steering with my feet. Yeah, all the good stuff.
Had your hula girl on the dash.
Oh, yeah. Two hula girls. Come on.
Yeah. And it's like, if people were to do their own digging, and we talk about this degree of skepticism, it's like, yeah, they use skepticism as a fad, like question the source. Well, you can't do that selectively. You have to question everything brought into play.
I question Anonymous all the time. But
yes,
I question Cash all the time.
I question Baron all the time too. So.
No, you do Anonymous. I do you. Come on. Wait a moment, that didn't sound right.
Wait
Phrasing!
a second, hold on. Phrasing.
Wow.
Oh boy.
Where's Ms. Tag when we need her?
But it's true, like we can bust each other's balls, but other people that come on here, they'll just leave because they can't take it. It's not funny. These people are so mean. I can't believe they said this.
I can't believe I said it.
Hey, I said that one time.
Or, we're giving our complaints about a game, why it's not working right, and we're told to grow up. No, I paid for this game. I wanted to be able to work a certain way when I buy it. It should work perfectly the day it's been released, and if there are issues, I'm going to point them out. You don't like what I'm saying? Well, that's just too bad.
That's right. How dare you not like this? This game is the most amazing thing ever. Did you have any problems with it? No, I didn't. Well, what about all these other people that had problems with it? Oh, they don't count, right? But you got the game to work. It worked great for you. Yay!
They didn't install it right.
Right? Yeah, they didn't install it. What system do you have? Do you you're gonna bottleneck if you play the Marvel Rivals game on the SSD? That's a bad thing.
Oh, did you? So, Cash, did you get that actually resolved? I know we had that discussion months ago. Did you get that resolved?
About the what was
Marvel Rivals, like stuttering. You were having bad performance.
Yeah, after the last update, it doesn't work on the older computer, but it does work very well on the laptop. Yeah, I know.
Oh, yuck. See, that's the thing. Like, people talk all about the PC Master Race this and the PC Master Race that, but then I remember I was more mad at developers when it came to their PC ports, because people were pouring more of their effort into console game development.
Right.
And my most stark example is Madden. When you look at the graphics engine they decided to use, it's like the PC version always got the scraps. Right.
Yep.
And now it's reversed. But then again, in an attempt to beef up the console experience and making it more PC, then they run into the quirks that PC users have always experienced in the early iterations of various games. So,
oh yeah, man. I mean, trying to fix stuff on a sound card back in the day, and you're using MS DOS or something like that. None of those.
That was a pain, man.
It was a pain.
Oh, we did it.
Yes, we did. We wanted to get this stuff to work, and so we worked it. Even if you're using a 56K modem or whatever, you call the ISP, hey, I can't get this to work. And they're like, yeah, exactly. And I don't know if you showed a lot of this old technology, I'm sure to the newer generation, a lot of them, I think they would be like, what's this? I want my phone. My old phone. I want my old phone.
It's like I saw a video on YouTube where somebody had a tape deck in their car. They still had tapes that they put into it.
Sure.
It's like, I remember how to use those.
Good technology.
Yeah, the one thing that this generation has lost, that we all have, the world has lost, the competitions they had for how fast you can text on one of the old flip phones.
Oh, goodness.
Or Nokias.
Oh, God.
Remember when they actually had those contests and these girls were just doing, they're judged on time, accuracy, all that stuff, and they're just boom. No, today's generation don't know shit.
A lot of them don't. No. Like when Spox tells me, when he got me, he's like, "Hey, let's watch what is it, Planet of the Apes?" And of course, there's only 14 episodes for the series. And
oh yeah,
and it's like, wow, I can't believe how good this is. The makeup, and it doesn't matter that it's old; it still looks really good. And I was like, okay, I've never been a big Planet of the Apes fan. I remember watching the original movie.
Speciesist.
Yes, sure.
Are you talking about the animated series, or was
no,
it?
the live
There's
action,
a live action series
one on CBS.
Yeah.
It was originally on, I think. Yeah,
I think you're right. Yeah,
yeah.
It's like they did with Logan's Run. They did the same thing with Logan's Run.
Yeah, and so he has said, like, from his generation, from Spock's generation, a lot of the old, they don't want to watch this, but they love watching this trendy stuff. Oh, did you see the new Superman movie? Yeah, I did. And
Greatest Superman ever, Cash.
I know. I just don't understand.
Greatest ever.
Yeah,
it's a level of what you used to think. Back in the day when I was a youngster, I didn't like watching black and white stuff. I couldn't stand it.
Of course.
But there's a lot of good freaking movies out there.
Oh, yes.
That were made back then, and TV shows.
I had no problem watching black and white. I think that was kind of a benefit, for when I was growing up and all that, because you had color, you had black and white programs, both. You still had black and white TVs. That's what a lot of people could afford. They couldn't afford.
Well, I'm
color.
not 90, Baron. I mean,
not yet.
Well, I am.
Not like you.
I am. I'm shaming you. I'm shaming you.
I get where you're coming from, Baron, because when we were growing up, especially growing up in the 80s, you had the black and white programming, you had the color programming.
Yeah.
Where, everything was in color, or you could see when a particular show went from black and white to color.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
And we had a small black and white TV that was in my mom and dad's room.
Yeah,
and then we had our living room TV. And there were times when my mom, sister, and dad were watching something in the living room. I would go into my mom and dad's bedroom and turn on the small TV, which was black and white, and watch programs that were originally black and white in that black and white context on that TV. And then there were programs that were now in color that I would watch in black and white on that little TV. It didn't bother me.
No. Didn't bother me at all either. And the thing is when we got our first color TV, it was used. Yeah. Who would have thunk, right? So here we are, and we get to our first color TV. It's a used TV, and we didn't think anything of it because, they
were built well.
Yeah, they're built well for one. Yeah, and we had our TV. We had a personal TV repairman. We'd always call up Mr. Katie, Japanese gentleman, and he was always great. But he'd come by and take care of the tubes if there's a problem, and all of a sudden, the lights would dim, go upstairs. His hair would be all stood up, curled up, and had like all black over across his face and stuff like that. But no, it never went that.
Wait,
do you
guys think there's a possibility that syndication isn't what it used to be? Because I don't know why, if it's because we got older and we just have a tug for what we remember being on in syndication in the past, because I honestly don't know when the Jetsons originally aired. I don't even know. I just know like Cartoon Express was
60s, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, late 60s, 66, 67, 68, something like that for the Jetsons. Yeah.
And I ate that up. Because it was regularly scheduled in the afternoons when I got home from school. We watched the Jetsons. We saw whatever Hanna-Barbera cartoon, and I don't know what's worth syndicating now. Maybe Friends.
Yes, well, Friends has been in syndication. Of course, Golden Girls. It just also depends how long these shows go on for. Castle, of course, is in syndication. That's one of the newer show, but that's going to be even older now soon.
Right.
but yeah, no, I mean, there's quality shows. I mean, anything with usually Tom Selleck is worth watching, I would say.
Yeah.
Especially the old Magnum PI, but they brought that back.
Well, let me ask you guys this: since we're going through the Wayback Machine, do you remember?
Come on, Baron, let him speak. What the hell?
Do you remember when your parents would give you the car keys, and they say get something out of the trunk? It wasn't the ignition key that you had to use. You had to use a separate key for the trunk.
Oh, I remember.
Yeah, that's right.
Well, not only that, sometimes you had a different key for the door, and then a different key for the ignition.
Oh yes.
Or there was a key for the gas cap.
Mm-hmm. And then you also had some pickup trucks for quite a while still, even into the 70s. You put the key into the ignition, turn it on, and then you pressed on the floorboard the button to start the engine.
Yeah. Sure.
And trucks would have, pickup trucks, vans would have their key ignition on the left side of the steering wheel, unlike what we kind of have now. And it'd be in the dashboard, not on the steering column.
Yep.
Yeah, all that good fun stuff, folks.
Well, the other thing too is when I go back and I have this diatribe I often make about marketing going down the shitter. The other thing I'm noticing with a lot of cars, and when I get inundated with certain Facebook pages where we're losing that sense of character with a lot of things, but I notice it among cars. Outside of the logo that thankfully each company still bears, you couldn't tell the difference between this car and that car nowadays. It's like they all took the design from the same person. Really, guys, what happened to your creativity?
Because they don't. It comes down to this, Lester. They just don't care about a lot of these things anymore, and it's very obvious. They go, "Oh, that art is fine. Oh, that's just fine. This movie is fine. This writing is fine. Why are you asking for so much?"
I think it started in the late 80s when Ford came out with the Taurus. What I always call the jelly bean cars, right?
Okay.
They're all nice and round, right? And they were basically boom. They had to show up in RoboCop. That was the cop cars they were driving, and boom. And of course, oddly enough, now the Taurus is a cop car now, but that's beside the point. But then all of a sudden, GM and many others started doing that same rounded design, and then it just seems to have been going on where they keep on doing it. Especially when you have someone from a foreign car company and they're importing it in. It's like, boy, that looks like a insert American car name, and so on. And it is lazy. I want to see. That's why I like seeing the one thing that again changed things around. The Ford Mustang when it came out in 2005, that retro look to it. And then you had the Charger, but more importantly, the Challenger. And then that twisted sheet metal car they called the Camaro. I didn't think they did a good job on it. It's like, come on, you could have done a hell of a lot better on that car. And they even tried with the Prowler with stuff, but trying to make it whatever. But again, then you got that retro thing going. Ford came out with the Thunderbird 2-seater for 3 years, limited runs, all that across the board. And then it's like, well, we got to copy that. And then of course, Ford owned Aston Martin, so all of a sudden the Ford Focus started having that Aston Martin look to it. Until they sell it. It's like that's the other thing. So many of these car companies own so many car companies.
Yeah.
I mean, Ford at one time had Volvo, Range Rover, Aston Martin. Lincoln's always was theirs. No, actually, they did buy it out, but that was a long time ago. But yeah, you had, of course, Lincoln Mercury. Of course, what did Ford do when there was problems? Well, they sold off Volvo and Aston Martin and Range Rover. They got rid of the Mercury line. Boom. That's how they settled it. Meanwhile, all the other ones just went for the government money so they could keep it. But
they used to have car brands like Saturn.
Yep.
GM used to have Pontiac.
Yep. What about Oldsmobile?
Oh yeah, yeah. And the commercial surrounding all the brands in question that you guys speak of outside of Range Rover, Aston Martin. I don't remember seeing them, but they don't make commercials like they used to. There's no buzz. Like even the dealership
Drive the 1995 Geo. That's right.
Actually, the most memorable car commercial that we've had in I don't know how long was a Jaguar one, and it caused them to drop down to losing about 97% of their sales.
Wow!
But at least it was memorable. But yeah, that ad could be destroyed them.
It destroyed them, but you don't have jingles very much anymore.
No.
That was
I mean, remember Toyota? I love what you do for Toyota.
Yep.
Yeah, like a rock. They took that
There's
song.
a little bit.
Yeah. I remember that. I think that was Buick. Was it?
Wouldn't you like to drive a Ford today? Or hot dogs, baseball, apple pie, and Chevrolet. That was another one.
Watson's got a truck that's only $57.95.
So, sometimes these car ads get really weird. It's like, what the fuck did I just watch?
Yeah.
Oh,
well, yeah, that's a Jaguar.
That one, but there's other ones too. Yeah, there's still a lot of ones about family and stuff, which is nice and so on. But yeah, sometimes, and then the electric ones, it's like, oh, bullshit. They would set up this projector outside and then use the battery on the electric car to power it. Come on, guys, what are we doing here?
I almost
want to see people do that in real life.
She's running out of powder. You're gonna take much more of this.
Can take it.
Well, it's funny because I started mentally boycotting Nissan just because they used what's her name as a spokesperson. Yeah.
Yeah. Well, Brie Larson was also in a Nintendo commercial too at one point a few years ago.
She has no butt.
Salt or something?
No butt.
Yeah, she was talking about, I love Animal Crossing or something. I wonder if that ad was.
I love all the Nintendos.
I love them all. They're so great.
I mean,
I gotta catch them all.
Yay!
One of the catchy Pepsi commercials that was for Diet Pepsi was Billy Crystal going, "You look marvelous, darling. Absolutely marvelous."
How about the greatest of all time? 7-Up. Never had it, never will.
Wait, they used that guy. I don't know how long he was around, but the Spot character, right?
Yeah.
Oh yeah, the Spot. Yeah, and they really used them when they came out with that Cherry 7-Up or whatever, where everything, they had everything that was supposed to be red, but everything was black and white. Yeah. They should bring back that 7-Up Spot.
You see these ads for Pepsi now.
Spot had his own video games.
I think Dr. Pepper though are still working on making ads that have pop and stuff, like their sports ads and stuff. Those are pretty funny. There's still some out there that are pushing, but some of them just have settled. Hey, you guys think this is funny? Sure.
Dr. Pepper had their own one of the greatest ads of the 80s.
Hey, how far up your ass do you think you can put this Coke can?
Yeah, that wasn't the ad though. But
come on, Baron. What?
That was a bad ad. They were terrible.
It's weird. It's a weird sense of homogenization, whether we intended it or not. But going back to that, what's your defining character, defining virtue? Like, it's almost like I lost my sense of allegiance when, the fast food restaurants like McDonald's and Jack in the Box, they stopped getting to each other's throats. Like,
that's true.
This is what McDonald's has. This is what we have.
And
this
then
is the other guy's burger.
Because eating what I eat now, like when I do eat fast food, like I can say, well, Jack in the Box is very bold because they still push the menu button. They push the envelope on their menu. Wendy's, I think, has the better burgers among the standard national chains. And
Yeah.
no, I don't think In-N-Out's considered national because they are very selective about who they
No,
who
they limit
franchise, right?
themselves as far as where they're going to have
Yeah,
their
exactly.
restaurants because they want to be within a certain radius of getting their supply.
Yeah,
fresh.
exactly. And then the thing about McDonald's, they may not have the tastiest things, but that was a kids hangout. And I know
Yeah.
Burger King tried the kids club. I don't know how successful that was, but I still defaulted
It ran for a few years.
Yeah, but it wasn't that successful. I mean, I remember it, but it never really caught on.
No,
I think the only thing that really gave it some kind of push was when they were, giving those Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtle VHSs.
Oh yeah.
Ooh. And where was I going to go with this? So McDonald's may not have had the best menu, but it was a place where all the kids had their birthday parties. That or Chuck E. Cheese, in my experience. Like it was either McDonald's or you went to Chuck E. Cheese and you saw the animatronics or whatever they used to show their characters. But at least with the McDonald's lore, you got those characters. It was a place for kids to hang out and they can, I guess, identify with one of the characters like Hamburglar or Grimace. I think that was his name.
Yeah, Grimace.
Yeah.
Yeah, and then of course they were unsuccessful to defend themselves against Croft because they had a lawsuit claiming that what McDonald's was doing was basically stealing their stuff, and McDonald's lost. That was back then, yeah. And I remember when Grimace had 4 arms, and he was a villain.
Ooh,
because he was like the Hamburglar, except it was with shakes.
Oh.
And real quick, Anonymous says to drop out. He's way past his bedtime.
Oh,
I should think about it too. I should start thinking about it.
I think we should start wrapping up.
Yeah,
anyway.
that's fine.
Yeah, Animus is put off the sleeping bag in the she shed so he can sleep.
He's getting ready for more material that he can poke the bear with and stuff. So he's like, he didn't feel he'd get enough attention on the panel. He's like, I will next time. I am Anonymous.
Well, if I can just get Cash to shut his trap for a little bit.
Sure.
Yeah.
Nice try, Anonymous. Nice try. Nice try, dude. You could talk anytime you wanted to, buddy.
Yeah, I know. I'm one of those guys that generally, I'm shy, really.
Are you shy? A little
I'm
bit?
shy.
Shy,
Right,
really shy.
right.
I don't know if I believe that.
But boys and girls, it has been great. It's been fun. It's been awesome. Mike, congratulations again.
Thank you, thank you.
Rake
Thank
in the
you
money. That's all I
Thank
can
you
say.
for your help, brother.
No
You've
problem.
been with this channel near its beginning. Thank you very much, brother.
Not a problem, man. Baron,
yo,
you keep doing you, man. Just whatever that is.
That's what I do best, man. Annoying.
I
Cash.
still don't know what he does on live streams.
I don't know.
I really don't.
You don't want to know what he does on the other side of a live stream.
No.
When inquiring minds want to know.
No, they don't.
Do you remember when Carl's Jr. tried to, I guess, attract a different demographic with their very peculiar, if it doesn't get all over the place, it doesn't belong in your face. And I think they tried to use a few babes, if not a single babe, in some of their.
Paris Hilton's a whore. Bye.
Yeah, I
Take care.
remember later Anonymous. I remember the Carl's Jr. Hardee's commercials where they would have an attractive person.
Yes.
In their commercial,
They're starting to bring that back now, which is funny to me. But yeah, they are.
They'd be eating a burger and it would be stacked up high, and then you see the ketchup or mustard.
Oh yeah.
Mayonnaise drop out, and they would grab their fry and dip the fry in it, and eat it all provocatively. It's like, I don't know. Do I want the burger or do I want her?
Oh yeah, they
Oh.
did that. Yeah, they did that with. Yeah, those were great ads.
First,
I don't know.
First, I'll take the burger and get between those buns, and then afterwards, never being there.
A few years ago, they had a bunch of women for Carl's Jr. and they were doing some volleyball thing. I think they were Hispanics, if I remember. And it's like, oh shit.
I mean, hell, I was a teenager when those commercials were out. I mean,
know.
do you remember the Miller Lite girls? Come on.
Oh
man.
yeah.
Yeah, that's.
Are the what was it? Spuds McKinsey, the
Yeah,
Swedish.
Spuds McKinney.
It was
yeah,
a
the
great
Swedish.
less filling.
Yeah, that was Miller. Yeah.
Pace pecani sauce, right? When they're like, then they're like, oh, we can't say that anymore. That's problematic. I'm like, no, it isn't. It's a joke.
Which one is that? Grab a rope?
Yes.
Yeah.
They still do it. They still do it.
Not really.
I've heard it.
Where's this? Where's this salsa from? New York City.
That really chaps my hide.
Get a rope.
Yeah, that's how the commercials were.
Yep.
Yeah.
It sold us on it.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it was
Because
silly.
they were proclaiming themselves the best salsa you could buy.
That's right.
And then, pardon me, do you have any Grey Poupon?
Grey
And
Poupon.
and when Wayne's World lampooned it, I ate that up. When they lampooned it, that was great.
Oh, it was lampooned quite a bit. It was one of the most,
Well, Lady Miss, I appreciate you and so many people who take the time to stop by, listen to our shenanigans on Pop Talk, or listen to us tonight, or those who listen to episodes of the Box Score when I did that on a regular basis. Come by for a game stream. Yeah, I know I frustrate a lot of people with the way I play, but it's the way I play.
badly.
Not intentionally, just certain games,
You push yourself, so that's good.
I'm not good at it. I mean, heck, even yesterday I was playing some Rise of the Ronin offline just to get some more side missions done. And I ran into some bosses. It's like, really, game? Really? But to everybody who has supported the channel since it's been here on YouTube, I want to thank each and every one of you for that support. I genuinely appreciate it. Because without all of you, this channel wouldn't be here. Again, whether you were here in the beginning with the box score or now, thank you very much. And like Lester asked me earlier in the stream, it is a channel where it's supposed to be at, or is it going to evolve? It's never going to stop evolving as long as I don't stop.
Don't worry, I'll keep pushing them.
Yeah, you're gonna get that poker and go, Mike. Ow! Will you stop poking me with that thing?
Mike. What?
But everybody,
Well, I meant the dogs bark.
Everybody, I sincerely mean this. Thank you for your support of the channel. Thank you for helping the channel become monetized. And my promise to you is to do whatever I can to make the channel better. And it may take some time to get certain things done, but I plan on doing it. I mean, I think back to the beginning of this channel and how I did thumbnails back then. And there's a change in the way I do thumbnails between back then and now. And if you look at some of those older videos, you'll see and compare from then to now. But again, no channel exists without people who come by, whether it be each and every stream or on occasion, because let's face it, there are some people who have their own channel They're not able to get by all the time. But they do try to make an effort to at least come by and leave a like button. Hit that like button and everything just to let people know that they're there. Or you might even get a message from them saying, hey, I caught your show on the replay. Good show. Pops says that all the time. So you never know who's going to be watching. And yes, I know there have been streams where I've, pretty much told it like it was. But that's part of who I am. When there's something that I'm passionate about, you better believe I'm going to speak out about it. And that's what we should all do. Speak out about it. There's something that you care about, something that you're passionate about. Speak out about it. And tonight, yes, I did cry talking about Ryan Sammer. But you have to understand, that man was an icon to so many of us who grew up as Cub fans, as baseball fans. And know that he's in a better place. That is a relief because he's no longer suffering. But you can never replace someone that made an impact like that on your life. You didn't know him personally, but you did invite him into your home each and every afternoon when the Cubs were playing on WGN.
I miss those days.
Me too. I miss them because they're not there anymore, and it was always a nice experience to come home from school, turn on the Cub game, and find out what and how they're doing. Sometimes depending on what time you got home from school, the game might already be in the ninth inning. You might turn it on and you hear Harry go, "There it goes! Way back! It might be! It could be! Cubs win! Cubs win!" Excuse me. I mean, that was a thrill back then. It really was. But, crying for Ryan Sandberg during the time I've done YouTube. Doing an episode of the Box Score shortly after my mom passed away. A few months after my mom passed away, just breaking down in tears. Because my heart was broken. I don't care how people look at that. I'm human. I have emotions. And I'm not ashamed of who I am. I never will be. And I'm appreciative of those of you who have accepted me for who I am. Because there are two people who have accepted me for who I am. They have talked to me and with me after each and every edition of Pop Talk. And that's Cash and Baron. If anyone on this panel knows me pretty well by now, that would be Cash and Baron. So, gentlemen, thank you for being a part of this journey.
Thanks for having us along for this wild ride.
It's been awesome.
And again, you guys have heard me, but I'm angry.
Yeah, I learned not to go, "Oh, you're still playing?" I learned that after that.
But again, I've always believed, and I've always lived by it. Don't bullshit people. You don't like it when people bullshit you, so don't bullshit people.
Well, I just like the fact that on this show and other shows and we try to be honest about stuff, and we don't jump to conclusions on rumors, and we wait for facts, and then we tell people other opinions. And even if it's not popular with a lot of the YouTubers, like the whole George Lucas thing, that was always funny to me. It's like, we're not going to just jump on that because you guys did. So that ended up turning into pretty much a nothing burger, I felt. So but
Yeah,
before it was like
and
over.
it's like it's like I said earlier. If other people have already talked about a topic, and the three of us can talk backstage and say, "Should we talk about it?" and go, "Well, I really don't have anything more to say about this topic. There's nothing more I can add from my own personal look at it, or my view of it, my perspective on this. That we don't talk about it. We don't have to be lemmings.
No.
We don't have to fall in line with everyone else. Be your own self, and that's what I always tried to do. Some people in the beginning were saying, "Oh, you really want to do sports, and then pop culture, and then occasionally game?" I said, "Yeah, that's how I want to do it." And then, of course, MLB.TV gets more expensive than I would have liked to have gotten. So I had to think to myself, okay, what do you want to do? And this was 2 years ago. I'd only gotten 6 episodes into the 5th season of the box score before they decided, hey, we're going to jack up the price. And I'm like, okay, where are you going to go with the channel? The box score can't be a regular thing anymore because that price is ridiculous. $150 is ridiculous to pay for a service. I don't care what it is. So I decided, okay, fine. Keeping the box score videos on a hard drive. I knew I was going to do that for one. Get all those episodes that were on the channel, because some were missing that used to be on the channel. But unfortunately, the backups that I had on a hard drive, that hard drive unfortunately failed. But the episodes I did have, I downloaded, and I know exactly which hard drive they're located on. And I thought, okay, fine. I'm going to do gaming twice a week, and I'm going to continue with Pop Talk on Sundays and Wednesdays. And in the beginning of Pop Talk, used to just be one time. Used to be on a Wednesday. Then I started playing with doing a video every now and then on a Sunday. Then the Sunday edition happened every Sunday at 11 a.m. Eastern Time. And then I decided, you know what? Maybe I should try a different time.
https://www.
Sorry.
What the
What the hell?
That's okay. I guess Reggie got tired of hearing me. But I decided, okay, 11 o'clock on a Sunday, because there were some channels I was competing against. I'm thinking, okay, I'll move the time slot to 1 p.m. and did the same thing for the Wednesday edition of Pop Talk. Once I found out that Doomcock was going to be on at 8 o'clock on Wednesdays, just like me, it's like, oh, I can't compete against Doomcock. So that's why it starts at 6. Because, I mean, I had to be realistic with myself. Okay, here's you. Here's Doomcock. Who do you think is going to get the most views? Doomcock. That was a no-brainer for me. And that's where the shows have been. 1 o'clock on Sundays, 6 p.m. on Wednesdays. And I've had a blast, especially since Cash and Baron have joined. And to everyone who has joined the channel at some point, been in the chat at some point, been on the panel at some point, like DJ, Bronny G, Lester San Jose, we had Shane on tonight, we had Euron on tonight, we had Padawannabe on tonight, we had Jet Sparks, Janet from Another Planet came on tonight. To have those folks on a panel, to have Stone Loki come on a panel or 2 or 3, which he has. Again, I'm repeating some of the names I said at the beginning because I believe those names are worth repeating. Mexican Iron Man coming on. Nerporeal Life Form, who would always joke with me about liking Star Trek, liking pop culture, but also being that guy that likes sports. And I would say to him, I only like one particular sport, and that's baseball. But, him supporting the channel. Box Friday Nights, who is also on the panel tonight. Supporting the channel and being there. This gentleman right here. Deleted scenes. Supporting the channel.
He's all right.
And, having friends of his on when it comes to Troy Petrelli, Debtors Network, and Age Boomer. Come on. 24/7 Fusion Media. He's joined. Pat Steven has joined. Arwen Avalon has joined, as well as Darth Arlena. We've had Daryl Derelict join us on a panel. And, people who have come by in the past, like tonight, Kathy Skywalker came by tonight. And it's good to see people like her. It's good to see people like Godzillionaire. And Steven Ransom's able to stop by. It's great to see him. The point I'm trying to make here, folks, is nothing on this platform or any platform is guaranteed. So when you have people who stop by and enjoy what you're doing, don't take it for granted, because you don't know how long this YouTube thing, this Rumble thing, this Kick, this Twitch thing, this X thing is going to last. And I'm grateful that I've been doing this on a regular basis, as it were, since 2020, when I decided to reactivate the channel. But, for anyone who's thinking about giving up, I get it. I get it. You get frustrated. You're thinking, I put out this great video. I've worked hard on this great video, or I've had this great live stream, which you would hope would draw people to the channel to show this is what else we do here. But it doesn't always work. And you can't let it bring you down. You just got to keep grinding. I know some people may not want to hear that bit, but you have to keep grinding. 4.5 years later, if you were to go back 4.5 years and tell me that you'd be fully monetized, I would have looked at you and went, yeah, okay. And what else? But it's not always going to happen overnight, folks. It does take a lot of work, but you have to be consistent. You have to be consistent in your work ethic, whether it be streaming at a set time like DJ does. Every Thursday you can catch it around 11:30 Eastern time at night. Deleted scenes.
Mm-hmm.
He's consistent. You can catch him every afternoon with Outlaw Bill, or you can catch him for his midnight show. And that's the thing. Consistency is the thing. Don't ever give up. I'm a Cub fan, as you all know. And when everybody was saying, the Cubs aren't going to win the World Series, the Cubs aren't going to win the World Series, I never gave up hope. And in 2016, I just had a feeling that team was going to do something special, especially when you hear that Dexter Fowler is going to sign with the Baltimore Orioles, and a couple days later he shows back up at Cubs camp. It's like, this team's going to do something special. Well, I'm saying this because you never know what you might produce here on this platform that might get people's attention, and it just might get others' attention and help you get to where you want to go. But as far as where you want to go, well, you have to decide, just like I had to decide. Do I want to try to continue with the box score and covering baseball, even though I'm not willing to pay for the price that MLB.TV is asking for their subscription, or do I want to pivot towards something else? I can't answer that question for you. Only you can. But I do want to just tell everybody, don't ever give up. And that is pretty much the motto here on the channel, especially when I'm playing a game. You know, it really is.
No, never give up, never surrender.
You know, a little bit of personal story for anybody who hasn't heard it. I was born with cerebral palsy, and the doctors didn't give me a chance. They didn't think I was going to make it. I was born a month and a half premature. I was very sick at the time, and the doctors only gave me a few weeks to live. But thanks to the incredible medical care that I received, I survived. And my parents always looked at it like this, that I was a fighter, that I never gave up. Because I don't give up. Even when it sounds like I'm giving up, I'm not giving up. I'm planning ahead. I'm strategizing. Okay, what am I going to do here? Especially in a game when it sounds like I'm about to give up, throwing the towel. It's like, no, there's a way to do this. I have to figure it out. And pretty much how I've lived my life. Don't let people tell you you can't do something that you know you can do. Just because they don't think you can do it doesn't mean you can't do it. Prove them wrong. But to everybody who has been here, everybody who has supported the channel, I tip my cap to you. I love you all and appreciate the support. And hope you'll join us tomorrow at 6 p.m. Eastern for Pacific414 Pop Talk, where we are going to be watching Suburban Commando in honor of Hulk Hogan, the Entertainer. Not Terry Bollea, but Hulk Hogan, the Entertainer. Think what you will about the man, but he did provide entertainment for a lot of people. And we're going to watch a movie that, in my opinion, is really saved by the performance of Christopher Lloyd. Not so much Hulk Hogan, but Christopher Lloyd. But it's one of Hulk Hogan's better movies. So I hope you'll join us for that edition of Pop Talk tomorrow at 6 p.m. Eastern, or if you're watching this on the replay, Wednesday at 6 p.m. Eastern. But before we get out of here, I do want to thank everybody who was here, and I hope I did get everybody as they came in. I want to thank FKHC 2005, also known as Tim. Thank you, Tim. The lovely Lady Mist. She's an angel, just so you all know. She has dragons, but she's also an angel. I also want to thank the Padawannabe who helped the channel reach the watch hours required by keeping one of his phones running through the playlist. I can't say it was 24 hours. I don't know. No, how many hours in total he had that phone going, but thank you very much. And of course, I want to thank someone who's been here since the beginning. Godzillionaire. The Rich Kaiju. Thank you, brother, for being here and your support of the channel. And also, I want to thank you for the $5 super chat as well. Thank you. Lester San Jose, Skeptic Tank, also now known as Lester's Skeptic Tank Obsessions. Thank you, Lester, for your support of the channel. I greatly appreciate it. Deleted Scenes. Thank you, brother. Thank you. We've known each other for a few years as far as doing the YouTube thing. And, one of the first watch parties he actually joined Cash and I for was Terror on the Prairie.
Mm.
Yeah.
That's right, he did.
Yeah, he did. So, thank you, brother. And, of course, Spuckle. Spock's Friday Nights. I know we disagree on the Jim Hadar brother, but honestly, when it comes to Star Trek, we both agree that we love it. And I appreciate your support of the channel that you've given throughout the years. And if it wasn't for Master Paul of Phantomology and us all doing Tuesday Night Trek together, I don't think we'd know each other. Jed Sparks, thank you for stopping by. Really appreciate it. Laserhawk Darren, thank you very much. Good to see you. And, I wish you success with your channel and just keep going, brother. And then my Marvel Rivals game buddy. That's right. We play Marvel Rivals together. We moan and groan about the game. Said, "Oh, come on, this team that we have, they stink. This, that, and the other. This game stinks." But we have fun playing it together with him, Arwin Avalon, Blues Nuts, Wolverine, Bat Steven, the whole crew over there on the Rumble side, and of course, she's got to check up on Bear to make sure he's behaving, because she knows how he gets. The long-suffering Miss Tag.
I'm almost hurt by that.
You don't have feelings. How many times do I have to tell you that? You don't have feelings.
No, that's Cash because he's AI.
Baron. Bullshit, Baron. You have no feelings. Shut up.
And of course, DJ, thank you for being here, brother.
Thank
really
you.
Appreciate it, man. Glad I've gotten to know you, dude.
Likewise, man.
Yep.
Yeah.
And of course, Pop Culture Mechanic. Thank you, Pop. Really appreciate it, brother. Definitely gotta get you back on sometime, man.
Heck yeah.
Oh yeah.
Anonymous.
Anonymous. Anonymous. Anonymous.
Every time we play that clip, we think about clobbering times. Clobby. Because one of the first times Anonymous came onto a panel on the channel, he was talking about how he was watching an episode of Saturday Night Star Trek, which was something that Clobby used to do. And Clobby always made sure to greet everybody who came into his chat, whether it was their first time or their 100th time. But he always made sure to greet everybody in their chat. And he told me that when he went into Clobby's chat that Saturday night, Clobby went, Anonymous, do, Anonymous, do. So I got it in my head thinking, I gotta find a clip of Phenomena. And whenever it says Phenomena, dub my voice over it. And then we have a clip for Anonymous when he comes by. And Anonymous, it's a love-hate relationship with that clip, but every time we played, it's in memory of Clobby. And of course, another lovely lady, Janet
Mhm.
from another planet. Really appreciate you coming by tonight, Janet, and it's been fun being able to get to know you and also stream with you as well. Really appreciate it. And of course, Kathy, Max Skywalker, Jedi Master, Veganobi. Thank you, Kathy, for stopping by. Greatly appreciated. I hope you have a good evening. And also, once again, happy birthday. And I don't think I starred him, but let me just get up to him. There he is. Because he's always saying Cash doesn't have any friends. Cash has no friends, whatever we'd say. Cash has friends, us. But Phil,
We've got a number of friends.
Phil
but
likes to troll. Phil
He's a
likes to
troll,
troll.
man. He'll say the same thing 5,000 times a day. It's fine.
Yeah. But thank you for stopping by tonight, Phil.
Put him in his place.
And of course, Lord Crit of Everest Productions. Crit, great to know you. And it's great to get to know you while we were doing Tuesday Night Trek and also doing the Babylon 5 reviews. Because I bet if we left it up to the 9, it wouldn't have been any good. Because of that chin, it would have gotten in the way.
Best chin ever. Great chin, too, on the Nard.
Nard?
I like that. That's funny.
He said it, not me. I mean, I just.
He doesn't even know what species he is.
Yes. Nard. Narn.
He's a giant nard.
Nard dog.
Nord.
Yeah.
Oh, how do you say nerd?
Well, I think Mike actually called Janet Kathy once. He said the word Kathy. It was funny. I don't think he noticed it, though. It was great.
No one's supposed to know that, Cash. No, everybody knows it, Cash.
He tried to play it
Thanks,
off.
Cash.
Yeah, jackass.
Jackass.
And my final message for everybody is don't watch Happy Gilmore 2.
Best ever.
Such a great movie.
But again, everybody, thank you very much. And like I said, the journey's not over. It's not over by a long shot. And I hope you're here for when we reach the next milestone, whenever that may be. But until then, remember, don't ever give up on me in a game, because just when you do, you might miss something. Good night, everybody.
Autobots, transform and roll out!